Madam Chair, please indulge us to have an excellent ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, all accredited ambassadors at the AU, Madam Chair of the committee, honorable members of the committee, honorable representative of the African member states, ladies and gentlemen, our dear children, very good morning. It is with an indelible honor and moved by emotions that I'm taking the floor today, consecrated to acknowledgement and a gratitude and the celebration thereof of the mission accomplished. We are gathered here this morning to pay solemn homage to men and women who throughout their mandate worked unswervedly with their responsibilities. Your sojourn, dear members of the committee, was not a simple journey, however, a veritable commitment to the collective interest. During the tenures of your mandate, you supplanted challenges and took upon difficult decisions to advance ambitious projects, and more of you worked in a team. We worked with integrity and perseverance. Thanks to your contributions, our secretariat was enamored and moved forward. The ceremony of today marks the official end of a mandate. However, it starts with a new chapter in your personal and professional lives. This reward, this symbolic recompense, is not a trophy. However, they are symbolic to your laborious work, your discipline, the sense of responsibilities and heritage which you have left behind to posterity. Please know that your example will be engraved in our hearts, in our collective memories. You have made your way, and a future generation shall be inspired. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished members of the committee, we are going to award an official diploma and symbolic trophies, and this will be a moving moment and a proud moment, a momentous time of history for each member of this very committee. Indulge me, therefore, on behalf of everyone, to say to you, thank you for your unswerving services. Thank you for your commitment, and we augur you for your incoming challenges. For other people, it is the end of the first mandate. If your member state deem fit to prolong your other 5 years mandate, we shall welcome you with better breath. For other people, it will be the end because they have already served for 10 years. Madam Chairperson, on your behalf, I am going to call upon the distinguished two ambassadors who are here to come forward and award the present to the members of the committee. And Your Excellencies, ambassadors, please come forward. We are therefore to call upon Honorable Wilson de Almeida Adao to come forward. Ovation, please. Let us show him our appreciation. Thank you, Honorable Wilson. call upon Honorable Harvey Gaba. Please come forward, ma'am. We shall call upon Honorable, the Right Honorable Anne Musiwa.
Nous appelons
Honorable Aboubakrin El Jair.
Nous appelons
Honorable Robert Doya Nanyima. Please come forward, distinguished professor.
Nous appelons honorable Joseph Sandé Sina. Nous avons un membre du comité qui n'est pas présent.
We have a member of committee who's not present. Honorable Karuna will receive a trophy sometimes later. Ladies and gentlemen, from 2007 to 2019, we had an exceptional lady who occupied the position of secretary of the committee, and she led all the processes of localization of this very committee. And afterwards, she was the director of social affairs at the AU. After she retired from the AU, she was appointed representative toward the AU and representative of this very institution in Burkina Faso, Ouagadougou. She had since rejoined the country as a high magistrate. I think it is a momentous time to recognize her achievement. Therefore, I'd like to call upon Madam Marianne Mohamed Sisse. Please come forward, Madam.
Yeah.
Congratulations, my sister.
Merci, merci. Il faut à toi. À toi. Vous pouvez rester là. Merci beaucoup, Excellence.
Thank you so very much, Your Excellencies, and thank you for supporting this ceremony. We've got other recompenses awards to be granted to the honorable experts of the working group. I think they have been duly acknowledged during the last session, and they shall receive their trophies afterward. I'm therefore going to give back the floor to the honorable chairwoman of the committee to continue with the processes of today. Thank you so very much. Honorable Sabrina, you do have the floor, ma'am.
Good morning, everyone. We will continue our session of this morning. So we will have a presentation from the Ambassador Amr online, the director of CEDAW, on the keynote address on advancing the AU Team of the Year through the child right lens. So I don't know if Excellency is here with us. Okay.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like, first of all, to recognize Honorable Chairperson of ACERWC, Madam Sabrina Gahar. I would also like to recognize the distinguished speakers at the opening session, Honorable Minister of Gender, Youth and Social Development, my dear colleague, Director Angela Morton, Commissioner Ama Tumamwa. Of course, recognize the African Committee of Experts on Welfare of the Child, Excellency Sekete, Ambassador and PR to the AU, Excellency Ambassador, Ambassador, Chairperson of the Permanent Committee, Madam Siza Mkango, Deputy Director General of Social Development, and of course, our dear children represented from the continent of Africa. Allow me to say a few words in Arabic. السيدة الرئيسة أود أن أوجه لكم
I would like to congratulate the chairperson for electing you as the chair for this committee to chair this committee, and I would like to take this opportunity. I would like to
قدما في هذا المجال.
سعادتك ممكن قطع الفيديو حتى يكون الصوت واصل
أرجو
إن كان ممكن لو سمحتم. شكرا لكم. يمكن المواصلة.
So allow me to begin by conveying the warm greetings on behalf of the Citizens and Diaspora Directorate of the African Union Commission and to commend the esteemed African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child, ably chaired by now by the Honorable Sabrina Gahar, as well as its Secretariat, capably led by my dear colleague Dr. Ayalu Asefa, for this timely symposium to mark 35 years of our continent's own visionary instrument for children, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of particular appreciation is dedicating the keynote address to the 25 theme of the year. The anniversary is not only a moment of celebration, it is a moment of reflection. It invites us to look honestly at how far we have come in realizing the promise of the Charter and how much further we must go to ensure that every child in Africa can enjoy a life of dignity, opportunity, and justice. So, Madam Chair, Excellencies, the summit in February of last year, our heads of states and government adopted Decision 884, designating 2025 as the African Union theme of the year. The theme is justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations. This decision builds on a deeper trajectory, not only of the AU Assembly pronouncements, but also on its predecessor, the Union of African Unity. Those decisions that form a base for our call to reparatory justice, restitution of cultural resources, and accountability for historical and contemporary wrongs. Too often, discussions on reparations are framed in macroeconomic, diplomatic, or legal terms alone. Yet, if justice for Africans and people of African descent is to be meaningful and sustainable, it must be experienced first and foremost by Africa's children. The child who grows up in a community still scarred by the legacies of transatlantic enslavement, colonial dispossession, apartheid, and structural racism understands reparations not as an abstract legal category, but as the difference between exclusion and belonging, between intergenerational poverty and intergenerational opportunity. I recall here that the Assembly Decision 884, paragraph 6, reiterates the need to combat systemic racism as an essential step for promoting human rights, dignity, and healing for Africans and people of African descent. That was a quote. In this context, we may view the theme of the year through a child's and a child rights lens, therefore transforms our agenda. It asks, how do reparations translate into safer schools, functioning health systems, equal access to justice, digital inclusion, and protection from violence of children, and how to dismantle the discriminatory structures that continue to affect children's and their rights on the continent and in the diaspora. So here, I wish to refer to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. In itself, it is a testimony that Africa needed a child rights framework that speaks directly to its own historical and socio-cultural realities. It complements the UN conventions, but addressing those issues through an African perspective. By establishing the African Committee of Experts on Rights and Welfare of the Child, which you so ably lead and all of you so ably represent as its treaty body, the Charter did more than set standards. It created a continental accountability mechanism that also undertakes advocacy with member states and stakeholders. And these important functions of standard setting, accountability, and advocacy make up an institutional architecture that is one of the continent's strongest assets for aligning with the theme of the year on justice and reparations for Africans and people of African descent with a view to reaching concrete child rights outcomes. I should recall that the AU's Assembly decision on the theme of the year is part of a broader continuum of continental commitments on reparations for the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, apartheid, and related historical injustice. So from a child rights perspective, reparations can be understood in the following interconnected dimensions. Restorative justice for children and communities that were affected by the continuing repercussions of the colonial era. And also redistributive measures that tackle the global structure inequalities and assert the right of development in the form of quality education, health, nutrition, housing, social protection, and digital connectivity, particularly for children in African countries and people of African descent in historically marginalized communities. So this right to development perspective should be mainstreamed in the United Nations and in all other multilateral human rights platforms, with particular emphasis on Africa, her people, and especially her children. This right to development perspective falls in the context of Assembly Decision 884, paragraph 6, which emphasizes the need, and I quote, to recover social and economic losses suffered by African states, societies, and diaspora communities. The same paragraph, and actually later paragraph 8, reiterates that reparations and reparatory justice are key pillars for sustainable socio-economic development in Africa and parts of the African diaspora. The third axis is transformative narratives, so that future generations of Africans and Afro-descendants, so the children who grow up in societies that recognize their full humanity, protect their rights without exception, and affirm their cultural heritage. Here, Africa's children and the children of people of African descent deserve the pride in their culture as an essential pillar of their identity. I recall that the same Assembly decision which designated the theme of the year in paragraph 9 underlines, and I quote, the importance of safeguarding Africa's culture, heritage, and dignity. It supports developing a common African position on the restitution of cultural property and heritage, a framework for action to negotiate the return of illicitly trafficked cultural property, including the full restitution of stolen African cultural, religious artifacts, bodies, and human remains. So justice and reparations need to translate into better lives for the children, to break the cycles of poverty, violence, and their exclusion in order to deliver on the premise and the promise of the theme of the year. The ACERWC agenda provides powerful lenses through which to evaluate whether justice and reparations initiatives are truly child-centered. So, Madam Chairperson, I would also like to highlight the Afro-descendant children in the diaspora, who often confront racial discrimination, xenophobia, and unequal access to services, echoing historical injustices that the reparations agenda seek to address. So joining the dots between these realities and the AU's decision on justice and reparations is essential if the theme of the year is to be more than a slogan. I wish to refer in this context to the second Africa CARICOM Summit. Actually, it was the first which convened in person at the AU premises on September 7th, 2025. It adopted the Addis Ababa Declaration on the Transcontinental Partnership in pursuit of reparatory justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparation. This outcome is a major step forward in linking Africa, the motherland, to one of its largest communities of African descendants. It established a solid normative base for joint work on the issues of justice and reparations. A child's rights perspective is also essential in this regard. On reinforcing the ties with people of African descent, I wish to share with you that the 5th session of the UN Permanent Forum of people of African descent will be hosted for the first time at the African Union premises in Addis Ababa. This will be a unique opportunity to forge even stronger links and to further align the agendas towards justice and reparations. May I turn also to the role of CIDO, the Citizens and Diaspora Directorate. It is here important to underscore that children's rights are not only a matter of specialized child protection agencies, they are at the heart of citizen engagement and diaspora policy. So jointly with ACERWC, under your leadership, we aim to enhance the mandate to foster participation of Africa's citizens and people of African descent in the AU projects, while placing children on the continent and in diaspora at the center of our work. In doing so, and that would be advancing the theme of the year through a child rights lens, we wish to jointly work towards ensuring that justice and reparations related dialogues, campaigns, and knowledge needs the voices of the children and young people and integrates their perspective. We need to work towards strengthening partnership with and between ACERWC, diaspora networks, cultural institutions, and civil society to promote narratives of dignity, resilience, and rights for Africans and Afro-descendant children. We need to jointly work in supporting member states and the regional economic communities in building an inclusive consultation process where children and adolescents can safely contribute to the design, implementation, and monitoring of reparations and justice initiatives. In doing so, we would be giving a practical expression to the AU's vision of an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa driven by its own citizens, representing a dynamic force in the national arena. That is how it is articulated in Agenda 2063, and to the aspiration of Africa fit for children in Agenda 2040. So, Honorable Chairperson, the critical task before us is to translate the AU Assembly and Executive Council decisions into tangible, measurable outcomes for children. Allow me to propose a few areas where the symposium could catalyze concrete action. Child-centered reparations policies. Here we need to urge member states and RECs, building on Assembly Decision 884, to include specific measures for children and youth in national and regional and reparation strategies, including scholarships, community infrastructure, psychological support, and investments in child-friendly justice and protection systems. We also need to promote collaboration between ACERWC and, of course, the rest of the human rights architecture of the EU, including the Commission on Human and People's Rights, the Court on Human and People's Rights, and relevant AU organs to clarify how child rights obligations intersect with justice and reparation processes. We also need to work on participation and accountability. Institutionalizing child and youth participation in the theme of the year activities at the national, regional, and continental levels. We need to encourage the states to reference the ACERWC's concluding observations and general comments when reporting on their implementation of the 2025 theme of the year, so that the child rights considerations are systematically embedded in follow-up and review. Here, I would like to highlight that also Assembly Decision 884 reaffirms in paragraph 6 that accountability and reparations are fundamental for the transatlantic slave trade, colonialism, genocide, and apartheid that was inflicted on the African people, and that these accountability should include remedies, restitutions, and reparatory justice. We also need to work on knowledge, data, and narrative change. And in this, we'll be supporting the productive of disaggregated data and research on how colonial historical injustices in the form of structural discrimination affect the children of today, including the children in the diaspora. And here I recall that the Algiers International Conference on the Crimes of Colonialism will convene in a couple of days from 30 November to 1st December, And this African child rights perspective merits to be addressed in its deliberations and to be integrated in its follow-up. Madam Chairperson, allow me to conclude with a set of 5 concrete and specific joint activities that can be jointly organized to anchor a child perspective in achieving justice for Africans and people of African descent. 1. The upcoming 9th Pan-African Congress to be convened in Lomé from 8 to 12 December under the theme Renewal of Pan-Africanism and Africa's Role in the Reform of Multilateral Institutions is closely linked to the AU theme of the year. It is hence a forthcoming opportunity to add the lens of the child. And I invite ACERWC to participate and to share its perspective in that August gathering. 2. The newly established AU mechanisms, the Committee of Experts on Reparations, and the African Union Reference Group of Legal Experts on Reparations, OLER and OSER, are now platforms to address issues of justice, racial healing, and the restitution of cultural property, and to underline that reparatory justice is both a moral imperative and a development necessity. I would like to propose a virtual meeting between these 2 mechanisms, OSER and OLER, and ACERWC, focusing solely on child perspective. This would be especially important in light of the ministerial recommendation of the Executive Council in Malabo to transform the theme of the year into the theme of the decade. Hence, this meeting could be the base for launching a 10-year work plan that addresses the rights of African children. 3. The MOU between the African Union and CARICOM on upscaling engagement with people of African descent, signed in September 2024, is a major stride forward in that direction meaning upscaling engagement. I would like to propose a working group on forging links between children of the African continent and children of African descent in the Caribbean, led by ACERWC, jointly working towards justice and reparations. 4th, the AU participated in UNESCO's launch of the 2 new encyclopedic volumes titled African Diaspora and Global Africa Today, which are fully in line with the African Union's current priority of enhancing engagement with the continent's diaspora and people of African descent worldwide. I would like to propose a joint set of activities to bring these encyclopedias, which also include a child-friendly online game, to the attention and use of children of Africa and people of African descent. Why? To further reinforce their sense of belonging, their identity, their pride in their culture. 5. The upcoming session of the UN Permanent Forum of People of African Descent, Addis Ababa, another milestone in further cementing the African agenda in and contribution to the related UN platforms. I would like to propose a session led by ACERWC dedicated to the African child perspective. So, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee, this celebration at 35 invites us to translate the AU theme of the year and relevant assembly decisions into action that children can see and feel in their daily life. If justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations is to be more than an aspiration, it must reshape the world that today's African child inhabits. I invite us to put into immediate implementation those 5 recommendations as a first set of steps in that direction. And as you deliberate over these 2 days, I'm sorry I miss being in person with you because I leave this evening, inshallah, to Algeria. But as you deliberate over these 2 years, we need to keep at the center of our discussion the faces and voices of children on our continent and across the global African family. Let us ensure that when future generations look back at ACERWC at 70, they will say that 2025 was not only the year of justice for Africans and people of African descent through reparations, but also a turning point when Africa chose decisively to put justice through the eyes of its children. I thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci.
Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much, Ambassador Ram, for all the precisions and for having undergirded that the justice for Africans and the Afro-descendants are interwoven with the rights of the children, and this correlation which exists between these two thematics, so that we may work together shoulder to shoulder so as to ensure reparations to the children who have gone through the brunt of colonialism. Thank you so very much for having collaborated previously with this committee when you came here to present at a conference here in Maseru. I firmly believe that this beautiful collaboration will continue without cease through the recommendations that you have buttressed. Indulge me to request that you send us your communication and your presentation so that we may work on it and work in the spirit of the letter on this reflection and taking into consideration the slogan, so that we renew on the theme of the AU. Please, he deserves our ovations. Thank you so very much. The next session will be very peculiar, very particular. It will be presented by the children. This is how we are renewing and revisiting this question pertaining to the participation of the children. Children have always partaken to the committee sessions. However, nonetheless, through this efficacious conception and more practical for the right to participation and the freedom of opinion, children throughout this session will be entrepreneurs and moderators, and they shall present themselves this session as we shall listen to them with a keen attention. Therefore, I shall call upon Mr. Should I call them? We have in amongst us, indulge me if I have mispronounced your names, Mutabele, the representative of the children of Lesotho, who's going to present, co-present with Kapuyo Samia of Uganda, Vanessa Aching of Kenya, Wilson Odebede of Nigeria, Nathalie Makama of Lesotho, and Retabile Montebile of Lesotho equally. Our dear children, I augur you a beautiful sessions. Take charge. Please sit here.
Distinguished guests, fellow children, and estimated representatives, my name is Rotabile Mutibedi. I am 14 years old and I come from Lesotho. I am honored to be your child moderator for today's session on the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child 30th celebration. It is my honor to welcome you all to this child-led session titled Children's Voices, Reflections on Children's Rights, Trends, Progress, and Challenges, held in commemoration of the 35th anniversary of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. This session provides a platform for children across Africa to reflect on trends, progress made in promoting and protecting children's rights, persistent and emerging challenges still faced by children, and to present recommendations directly to the government, the committee, and other key stakeholders. It is important as it highlights children's lived experiences and allows them to participate in shaping policies and actions that affect them. It is also an opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the African Children's Charter and amplify children's voices in celebration of its 35th anniversary. Let's listen, learn, and take action. While progress has been made in promoting children's rights in Africa, major challenges remain, including poor implementation, harmful practices, and new threats like climate change and cyberbullying. The 35th anniversary of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child aims to assess progress, address emerging issues, and strengthen protection of children's rights. It calls for stronger action from government, civil society, and all stakeholders to ensure every child enjoys their full rights. Now let us begin by inviting our child speakers to briefly introduce themselves. Please share your name, age, and your country.
On dit souvent que les filles sont l'avenir, mais comment construire l'avenir?
How can we build our future if we do not give the floor to the young girls? Honorable Chairperson of the Committee of Experts, distinguished members of the committee, dear children, distinguished participants, I am Agari, a parliamentary child of Chad. If I have the chance, the opportunity of being here, it is thanks to the African Charter through the freedom of participation, a principle of non-discrimination. And in spite of my young age and my status as women, my voice has been heard. The participation of women in decision making is not only a right, however, it is a strength. When a young girl sits at the round table and she brings a new aura and a sensitivity and an immense courage. Young girls understand the realities of their communities because they are living day in and day out. They know that education, health, and opportunities. When a young girl participates, decisions become more humane, more just, and efficacious. Each young girl encourages other young girls to believe in themselves. A young girl who decides open a door for future generations. Each young girl who takes her place is advancing her entire country. In Africa, giving a chance to young girls is to contribute to sustainable progress. A young girl who expresses herself breaks any barriers. Any young girl who speaks is representing millions of young girls who have not been heard. I am elated, enchanted to say that when a young girl participates, society is winning. The presence of young girls in decision making is not only a question of equality. I am very proud as a parliamentary young girl to demonstrate that we have our place, our responsibilities in the construction of our continent. In particular, in Chad, we are not only the leaders of tomorrow, we are the leaders of today. So Sabi, thank you so very much.
My name is Mtati Magama from ACERWC Children's Villages, Lesotho, and I am 16 years old.
Greetings. Greetings, everyone. My name is Lavinia Sanya Kabio from Uganda.
All protocols observed. I'm Pascalia Koth. I'm 17 years old. I'm from Kenya.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Bibi Salim Tuku from Kenya.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Alan Kerry. I'm from Cameroon. I am 17 years old.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Achai Wisdom Ubede. I'm 16 years old and I'm from Nigeria.
Thank you all for introducing yourselves. Now I'll ask 2 rounds of questions to hear your thoughts and experiences. Please feel free to share your answers based on what you know and what you have experienced in your community. The first question is, over the past years, what positive changes have you seen in your community, country, or the continent regarding children's rights as protected in the African Children's Charter?
Well, thank you, Ms. Moderator. Greetings, everyone, again. My name is Mtati Makama, a 16-year-old girl from ACERWC Children's Villages, Lesotho. I am going to present on the positive changes in my country related to the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. Article 6, Right to a Name and Identity. The government of Lesotho has over the years prioritized birth registration. Birth registration desks have been set up in the hospitals, and newborn babies are registered immediately. The birth registration services are decentralized to the community council levels. Parents and guardians no longer have to travel to access the services. The government, through the Children's Protection and Welfare Act 2011, provides that all children must be given decent names. Article 11, Right to Education. The government of Lesotho is fulfilling our right to education by continually providing free primary education and providing bursaries to secondary school pupils, and more teachers are being continually hired. Article 21, Protection against harmful social and cultural practices. Under this article, the government is developing a law to safeguard children from initiation. Campaigns to end child marriages are popular in our country. Other successes. The government of Lesotho passed the Disability Equity Act of 2021. This is a milestone in protecting the rights of people with disabilities, including children with disabilities. Children with disabilities now receive disability grant. The Children's Protection and Welfare Act is being amended to address existing gaps. Furthermore, there has been establishment of 24-hour operating child helpline, development of the Violence Against Children's Prevention and Response Plan, hosting of annual Children's Parliament, which is a great platform and opportunity for us as children to share our voices and engage the government on the issues that affect us. At the continental level, I wish to commend the African Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child for the continued commitment to protect children in Africa, for oversight and guidance it provides to the member states to adhere to the obligation towards child protection. As children of Lesotho, we are proud of the effort that our country is making in fulfilling our rights and protecting us and ensuring our well-being. However, a lot more still needs to be done. Thank you.
My name is Lavinia Sanya Kabio from Uganda, and I am 16 years. These are the things that have improved in my country in regards to the African Children's Charter. There was introduction of digital learning. It was introduced during COVID-19 period where we had Zoom lessons that helped in effective learning because schools were closed, and it still helped us to study. Even after COVID-19, schools had improved on their technology facilities by installing televisions for education and improving on their computer labs with Wi-Fi and computers. However, not every child had access to these facilities, and not every school had access to these gadgets. Not every child was able to access the Zoom lessons because of the expenses and the absentia of the gadgets. Basically, take an example of me and my siblings having Zoom lessons, and we have one gadget, and we all have the lessons at the same time, making me have to leave and have the rest to study. After COVID-19, there was increase in teenage pregnancy, and the government set measures allowing pregnant girls sit for exams. However, not all schools in my country implemented this measure, whereby they let only candidates sit for their examinations, and with this, they let only the candidates come with their parents and a soldier, and they were not supposed to stay in school. I witnessed this in 2022, where a pregnant girl was at my school. There is improvement in decision making, where children are allowed to vote their leaders in schools. This helps us to raise our voices and concerns. However, input in decision making is still not heard. I was interacting with my sister, and she told me they had an issue at school, and they raised it to their prefects that they had elected, whereby they wanted to increase on their time for break, because they had 10 minutes for break. And when the prefects took it in and told it to the administration, it was still not heard, making it pointless to ask for children's input, yet it is not concerned, and it's not raised. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished representatives of different societies and countries, members of the African Charter. My name is Luke Okeke Chimbuchi, a 14-year-old Nigerian. Now, a question to the panel. What difficulties do children still face in our community, country, or the continent? Are children still struggling with things like school access, healthcare, or justice? Are there issues like child labor, violence, lack of technology, or being excluded from the decision making? What problems still needed to be solved to fully protect children's rights? Thank you.
Thank you. I'm Pascalia Koth. I'm 17 years old. I'm from Kenya. The challenges that I am seeing in my communities, we have an education problem. Mostly you will find that most of the children are not accessing the education that they are supposed to get. This is because due to lack of school fees. Second is about medication and vaccination. You will find that most of the children in my communities, they does not get the kind of medication that they are supposed to get. This is simply because you will find that when a child is sick, she will not get a medication. Simply in Kenya, we have something known as a medical cover known as SHA. And if you are not registered in that SHA, you will not get the medication. Thirdly, we have teenage pregnancies. You will find most of the girls in my communities get pregnant and they will drop out of school. And this is due to lack of sanitary towels. They are not provided with sanitary towels. And we have about child we have again child mortalities. So you will find that most of the children die due to maybe poor nutrition. You will find that most of the parents are vulnerable and they not access the food, or they cannot get food that the children requires to get. Thank you.
Greetings once more. Let me remind you my name. My name is Bibi Salim from Kenya, and I'm honored to be here with you today. Mine is just to add on the challenges we are facing, because I'm also a Kenyan. So she has told us a few. Let me add on that. Most of Kenyan children are facing their challenges like drop out of school. Most of Kenyan children are dropping out of school due to some unavoidable reasons. Like, for instance, they are not provided with sanitary towels. So that is the reason why they are dropping out of school, because there are also men they are outside in their villages, whereby they are forcing those children to engage in sexual relation, which is not good for a child who is under 18. So if those children are not provided with adequate sanitary towels, they accidentally engage in that sexual activity, and because they have got no option of that due to poor parental care. What I want also to add is about the child labor. Also, there is a challenge on child labor. Children are forced to work at very young age so that they would get income to feed their children. Those parents are forcing their children to work at very young age, which is under 18. I'm grateful to meet you. So that is what I wanted to share with you. Thanks, and I'm grateful to you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Alan Kerry from Cameroon. I am 17 years old. I'm here to talk about the difficulty faced by children in Africa, particularly in Cameroon. In Cameroon and community, children face several challenges due to poverty and social conflicts. At the level of education, at the level of malnutrition, at the level of nutrition, you have malnutrition. Children under the age of 5 suffer from stunted growth. Diseases, climate change, dry water shortage infect children and expose them to diseases such as malaria and diarrhea, which seriously infect their health. Vaccination, few children are not full vaccinated. At the level of education, we have lack of access to education. Some children need educational assistance. Quality of education. Many schools close basic infrastructure and poor families do not have any money to buy school supplies. Disparity. Girls are exploited in domestic work. The crisis in the northwest and southwest region have led to the closure of schools in several localities in the region. The increase of recruitment by North State Army Group increased the number of children who are not in school. At the term of protection and security, we have violence. Children are exposed to violence, abuse, and social trauma. I don't know if people understand. Social trauma, particularly in school and conflict zones. Child labor. Many children are exploited because they are forced to work under the age of 18, which compromise their education and even their development. Early marriage and pregnancy. Young girls are particularly vulnerable to early marriage and early pregnancy, which undermine their education and affect their future. Displacement. The crisis have led to the displacement of children and refugees children in Nigeria. Children are at risk of being kidnapped or killed, especially if they go to school. This violence treat as faith can have an impact on their health, an impact on their mental health and children. The bad side of intelligence, the bad side of artificial intelligence, which compromise children's future and expose them to dangerous behavior. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Achan Wisdom, and I'm here to speak on my challenges happening in my country, Nigeria. Even though my country, Nigeria, has a strong law on child protection, my experience showed me that many children still suffer from insecurity. Like many schools have been shut down due to the invasion of terrorists, limited access to healthcare, climate change, poverty, weak enforcement system, gender inequality, children with disability discrimination, lack of quality education, lack of political will, online exploitation, child labor, children engage in street begging, e.g. Amajiri from Nigeria who endanger their life. Accusation of witchcraft. Children are wrongly blamed for problems which often lead to harm and rejection or abuse. Violence and neglect. Thank you. That's what I have to say.
Are there any recommendations you would like to share with us today?
Some of my recommendations are: the committee should ensure state parties do away with the extra cost to ensure education is free fully. 2, make our schools safe and supportive. The committee should work with governments to ensure every school has trained teachers, safe spaces, and no violation or punishment that hurts children. 3, the committee should work with government to set up parliament, school councils, and safe Facebook channels and ensure that we are heard. 4, the committee should work with government to provide access to free, friendly, and confidential health services to adolescents, especially girls, to prevent teenage pregnancy. Thanks.
Thank you for your valuable contributions. The insights shared today highlight the importance of listening to children and addressing the challenges faced by children. Thank you.
I would like to share with you my recommendations. Firstly, the committee should work with government to provide pads to girls in schools. Secondly, the government should ensure that all children have access to education. Thirdly, the government should put in place measures to end teenage pregnancy among girls. Last but not least, parents should be more involved in their children's lives. Children need parental care. That marks the end of my presentation.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, like I said before, my name is Makama from ACERWC Children's Villages, Lesotho. So, as African children, we call upon our governments in Africa and you, the African Committee, to firstly listen to us, amplify our voices in all national budget and policy discussions that affect us. Secondly, invest in us, increase budget allocations to make our schools safe, our healthcare free and child-friendly, and our public spaces accessible to all. Moreover, protect us, strengthen and enforce laws that protect us from violence, child marriage, and discrimination, especially for the most vulnerable amongst us. Last but not least, include us. Ensure that in all efforts to address emerging issues like climate change, digital safety, and migration, the specific impacts on children are prioritized. Hashtag, we are not just beneficiaries, we are active citizens with ideas and solutions. Thank you.
Mes recommandations.
My recommendations to the to the committee of experts, first and foremost, the integration of young children, in amongst which women within the committee of the expert for the right and well-being of the children, the welfare of the children, and requesting an effective participation of children. We know every decision pertaining to the better future of the children for an inclusive, prosperous Africa. Thank you.
The government should provide free computers to different schools to allow other schools access this and make digital learning effective. The government should also reduce on the internet costs because it makes it hard for parents to buy gadgets and also have to afford the internet costs. The committee should revise on the measures about allowing pregnant girls go to school for exams, because in my country they only let the candidates in, and they let them in with hard time. They tell them to come with their parents, they tell them to come with a soldier, they tell them to come and not stay. They basically have to do their papers and go, and this makes it hard, and it makes education expensive and difficult. So the committee should revise this and implement it in all countries. Yes, then the children should be given open and safe spaces to give in their thoughts, and they should be heard. Yes, because basically sometimes we give in our thoughts and they are not even embraced or even implemented. Yes. Then yes, then I think the committee should have different representatives in different countries to, I don't know, to like supervise and see if what they discussed is really being implemented in different countries and different places. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone who contributed to today's session, and we would also like to extend our sincere appreciations to the government and other stakeholders who addressed and committed to supporting the problems children face and finding ways to solve them. Thank you once again.
Hello everyone, as I said, my name is Alan Kelly, I'm from Cameroon. My recommendation is that to put an end to all forms of corporal punishment, including in school, and winning to family protection of services due to violence. Enforce law against child labor and economic exploitation. That's all for me.
In our anniversary, our recommendation to the government includes implementing laws that make accusation of witchcraft and other harmful traditional practice forbidden, improve funding for child protection, free education. Recommendation for the Africa Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of Child includes creating awareness, organized campaign against harmful traditional practice. Recommendation for partners, improve funding for child protection, address emerging digital and cyber risks involving child participation. I call on governments, parents, schools and community to join hands in protecting every African child. We need to ensure that every child is safe, every child is in school, every child is given an opportunity to achieve their dreams. Children are not the leaders of tomorrow, but they are the leaders of today, and they need our support now. Thank you.
Thank you once again, distinguished listeners. This shows child participation in its full glory. Thank you.
Permettez-moi, au nom du comité, au nom aussi des représentants des États membres ici et de votre honorable assistance, d'applaudir encore une fois Zahra venant du Tchad.
On behalf of the Committee of Experts, once more again indulge us to render an applause for Batwa from Lesotho, Bebe Salem of Kenya, Samia from Uganda, Wisdom of Nigeria, and Vanessa from Kenya. And Madame, the moderator, here with us. You have demonstrated without an iota of doubt that once a place is given to you to express your voices, to buttress your opinion, you have this possibility and capacity to articulate your intelligence and demonstrate to what level, how you are anchored to reality, how you are alive to the realities of the African children. We are indebted to you for having expressed your daily life pertaining to the rights of education, the sexual reproductive rights, climate change. Here we have a pamphlet, a material which gives us another prism for the participation of a child. I'd like, therefore, call upon the member of the committee of the Bureau to tell you that we have listened to you, and we are going to take into consideration all your recommendations. Thank you so very much for your brilliant participation, which has been efficacious and effective. Thank you so very much. And I am giving the floor to Dr. Ayalu for more details with regard to the rest of the program.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much for the presentation that you have done, all the representatives of children from different countries. We sincerely appreciate. It's an honor to have you here. We'll now break for lunch. We are late by one panel. That's because of the bit of the delay that we had earlier in the morning, but we will make sure that we actually catch up with time. So we break for 1 hour exactly. So we come back at 10 to 3 o'clock. 10 to 3 o'clock, and then we will have 2 panels before we call it a day. Please, let's come back in exactly 1 hour time so that we can actually leave early, finalize our engagements and leave early. Thank you very much. Enjoy your lunch.
Africa, we usually think of old folk men and then who are not very literate, but I've seen young, literate, vibrant, up-to-date people who are willing to assist, and even in countries which at face value we will classify them as retrogressive. In such countries, you're seeing initiatives that can help tackle the issues, and even on tradition, on religious leaders. I've seen also in some part of this continent very learned religious leaders, versed in their religious knowledge, well equipped, and able to understand the stake and the issues. When I talk of the vibrant traditional rulers, the vibrant religious leaders, on the other hand, I'm also talking about those who are not enlightened, and those they are not pushing the fight ahead. So this is the issue. And on the third, I will speak of the victim voices. On the victim voices, I think where victim voice are heard, I think meaningful change is possible, because it translates the fact that a story is not just a story. A story is a lived experience of a particular individual. And when those stories come to the fore, then policy can change. This is what I've noticed on the continent. But we can be worried. We can be worried because of many retrogressive stance that is being portrayed on the continent. Many voices are being stopped, and then I feel like we've been working, striving, making sometimes progress, but it's as if at one point we are just scaling back, because the issues are so intertwined between the economic and the cultural realities of our people. Poverty is prevailing on the continent, and poverty conjoined and combined with some of our traditional and cultural beliefs compoundly makes it difficult for some of our girls to thrive and what can I say, and make their path. That's what I can say on that. And I'm speaking like having in mind, and it is resonating in my mind, the various girls I've been meeting on the continent, discussing with them, having heard their plight. I think it's with that I would say that we'll just be working with the voices of the victims, because it's from there, that's the starting point from which we can go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Kimball. It is good to note the antecedent and the progress that has been made despite the challenges. Your comment on the voices of victims is very critical. It's a very big takeaway from your comments. Thank you so much. And so now I'll be calling on Susan Hangandu. I'm sorry, I didn't ask the pronunciation of your name earlier, who will be sharing her experience with us. She's a survivor, and she's going to talk to us on what prevents children from speaking up or accessing support when they experience a form of violence, and what would help create a safer environment for children. Susan, you have 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Hangandu. I'm coming from an organization called Volunteers Welfare for Community Base of Zambia, acronymed as VOAZA. What prevents children from speaking up or accessing support? Fear of not being believed. Many children keep silent because they think adults will dismiss their experiences, blame them, or say they are exaggerating. Shame, guilt, or embarrassment. Children often feel responsible for what happens to them. Even though they are never at fault, shame becomes a powerful silencer. Threats, intimidation, or loyalty to the abuser. Some abusers threaten the child or someone they love. Others manipulate the child into protecting them. Lack of knowledge on where to go for help. If children don't know who to talk to, what services exist, or how to report safely, they stay silent. Harmful social norms and stigma. In some communities, children are taught to keep family matters inside, or to stay quiet when adults are involved. Girls may fear of being blamed. Boys may be labeled weak. Limited trust in the system. If children have seen cases ignored, mishandled, or met with judgment, they lose confidence that reporting will lead to safety. What would create safer environments for children? Safe, trusted adults and open communication. Children must know there are people, teachers, community workers, relatives, pastors, who will listen without judgment and act to protect them. Child-friendly reporting mechanisms. This includes confidential spaces, hotlines, suggestion boxes, child protection communities, trained focal person in schools. When reporting is simple and safe, children speak up. Trauma-informed adults and service providers, teachers, health workers, police, and faith. Leaders must be trained to respond with empathy, confidentiality, and professionalism. Empowering children with knowledge. Teach children what violence is. Teach children that it is never their fault. Teach children their rights. Teach children where and how to speak to seek to help. A child who understands their rights is harder to silence. Trust me. Strong communities, norms against violence. Communities must shift from silence and victim blaming to support, protection, and accountability. When violence is openly condemned, children feel safer to speak up. Effective coordination among service providers. Health workers, social welfare, police, schools, and community leaders must work together so that once a child reports, the whole system protects them. In conclusion, I'll say, children are not silent because they want to hide the violence. They are silent because we have not yet created environments safe enough for their voices. When we build trust, strengthen systems, and change harmful norms, children will not only speak, they will be heard, believed, and protected. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, Susan. You not only captured the issues very clearly, you saved me a whole 1 minute. Thank you. Yeah. Can you say, colleagues, can you see that the burden shifts to the victim, to the survivor? The society doesn't trust her, her story, her narration is not even trusted in the first place. And the society is incredulous when she says what has happened to her, making her feel a sense of shame or making him feel a sense of shame. And of course, she also talks about lack of knowledge or where to go. That's very important, that's very critical. It raises the burden for the response system to be prepared to help children when they approach, when they approach them for help. And then, of course, she also talks about open communication, among so many other issues she raised, very concrete issues. In fact, it's like she has spoken to the entire topic, from her own level as a child, looking at it from the lens of a child. She has captured all the issues. Thank you very much for that presentation. And now we call on Mr. Ali Andrew Madugu, who is the Director of Child Development in the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs in Nigeria, who will bring us reflections from the government perspective. Specifically, he will talk to us on the lessons that member states can learn from Nigeria's experience in developing and adopting the costed National Action Plan, particularly regarding coordination and budgeting to end violence and harmful practices. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Ali.
Thank you, Chairman, our Chairperson. I really appreciate this opportunity given to me, and members of the committee and everyone here. I acknowledge everyone. Nigeria had a very remarkable experience that needs to be amplified at regional, international level because of this costed work plan that we have. When we tried it early this year, we costed our National Action Plan with the effort of the federal government and supported by UNICEF and other stakeholders. We saw a tremendous change in the way issues of children are being tackled in our country. Dramatically, it has changed and it's making impact. How did we do it? First and foremost, we had the political buy-in of the highest level of the political strata in our country, that's the Mr. President. For him to be involved and to understand what this costing means and the operationalization of that costed plan. He wanted to launch it himself, but unfortunately due to office exigency, he directed his vice president to launch it. That shows you that the presidency, that's the highest political level in our country, are aware of it. If you don't bring in the highest political partners to help you drive or push, whatever you cost may end up in the dustbin. And that would be terrible. Because there are so many costing that have been going on, but it's because of lack of understanding of what you are costing. And immediately the government understood. They did not only budget for it, but they ensure that the budget is released. And once you have funding which you are costing, it will be very effective for you to carry out every assignment that you want to undertake regarding the issue of maybe, let's say, stopping violence against children, harmful practices, and other things that you want to do. It will be very easy. For example, immediately we costed, it became very easy for us to have full implementation and enforcement of our laws and policies. You know that it's not that the perpetrators of this violence against children are not known. They are known. And there are laws in place. But the implementation of those laws is always the problem. So immediately, there are funds made available to apprehend them, to prosecute them, and to also send them to jail. So it became very easier, and there was a shift in the level of violence against children in our country. Secondly, we did not only experience shift in the implementation, even the children and the adolescents and their families and in the entire communities, realizing what happened or what was happening, they became interested. Gender responsiveness increased. And you know, if all participants, like she said, like our young lady mentioned there, if everybody have understanding of how to respond to it, you know you have tackled, if not 60, 70% of the problem. But when there is no understanding, definitely there will be so much challenges. And with that, with the understanding that government is serious, and they have costed their plan, and they are carrying out their plan, everybody became interested, including the community leaders, religious leaders, and everyone in the society. And it did not end at that. The government also deliberately tried to bring about economic empowerment for families. And it was costed because there is this studies that was carried out by even the African Committee of Experts. We realized that economic burdens have relations to violence against children. So the government deliberately costed it, and they started empowering some families, selected families in designated communities that are seen as the less privileged community in our country. And by so doing, once they are empowered, you find out that the issues of violence against children drastically reduce. It did not only end at that. The government also deliberately involved every stakeholder with a central coordination mechanism that is at the federal level. From the Office of the Vice President to the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs and Justice and Budget and National Planning, about 5 ministries are coordinating it, but under the supervision of the Office of the Vice President. And all development partners and all NGOs and CSOs came under that umbrella. You can see that there's a strong coordination. And with that strong coordination, even we are trying to move from that stage where we are, whereby we have a pool of funds that will be deposited. And because it will be costed, that funds will be deposited in one place and with people that will manage it who are not stakeholders, who are not state actors alone. But everyone, trustees will be there that will manage that fund in order to see how we can cost our plan successfully and implement it without tampering with the funds available. You know, usually there are some things that used to affect the funds. But when you have trustees, trusted people that will be at the helm of the affairs, I assured you, when you cost, you execute because you must be accountable to whatever you are given to execute. So with that, Nigerian government was able to move the implementation strategy forward, and we were able to succeed. But before I conclude, I want to let you know that Nigeria still welcomes collaboration with continental bodies, with regional economic communities, member states and partners to also join us in this fight. And we are also ready, we are equally ready to collaborate with every country or regional body that want to work with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ali. It's good to know the good practice Nigeria has been able to achieve through the costed National Action Plan. And much of the time, the lines, the budget lines are blurred. You cannot tell the difference, given that child rights issues are overlapping and multi-sectoral. And so it's nice that the costed plan is able to, I believe it has been able to allocate resources accordingly across sectors of health, of education, of food, all the sectors that affect the rights of children, and the attendant positive impacts, one of which is that coordination has become easier, according to your report. So this is very important. And just before I give the floor to the next panelists, I recall at another meeting, there was talk about integrating the finance sector of the country into issues of children's rights. And someone shared a good practice from a country where they deployed staff or members of the financial department into their group, and how effective that proved to be. So I think these are good practices to go home with. Thank you so much, Nigeria, for sharing that experience. And next, we are going to call or hear from Mr. Cleophas Ngwenyi, who is the director. Oh, okay. It has just come to my notice that he is not around today. And so we'll now hear the experience of a survivor of violence, Loveness Muzuru, Miss Loveness Muzuru from Zimbabwe. She's going to talk to us on what meaningful survival leadership look like in practice, and how can institutions better partner with survival-led movements for systemic change. So, Ms. Loveness, you have 5 minutes to share your experience with us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Today, I'm standing before you acknowledging all distinguished excellencies and guests present or protocols observed. Good afternoon. I am greatly honored to be here, rather seated before you, and speaking as a survivor of violence against children, particularly child marriage. Not only that, but as an advocate and a researcher, as well as a community organizer. But more importantly, I speak as someone who has learned that survivor leadership does not begin with a title. For us survivors, it begins with the moment we recognize a gap in our communities, the silence around violence and the lack of support for girls, the absence of safe spaces, and realize no one is coming to fix it. In my community, I saw girls carry pain quietly, and that's when I decided we must become the solutions, and committed to ensure no child, not even yours, will go through what I went through. So as a child survivor, we have been able to create, I personally created Passionate Circles Trust, a grassroots organization supporting children born from child marriages through mentorship, education, and also supporting them with creative expression using us-based methods. From that work, I have been taught several central things: that we as survivors do not wait for permission to lead. We build solutions from the ground up because we understand realities that often systems overlook. Many people here today will know my name from the case of Muzuru versus the Ministry of Justice, the case that raised the age of marriage to 18 in Zimbabwe. Others will know me from the other case, Kawenda and Muzuru versus the Ministry of Justice, that raised the age of consent to 18. But what matters most is not the case, it is the journey that it unlocked. My lived experience became a lens to see where policy fails girls, evidence of how harmful practice operates, and the foundation for credible community-rooted leadership. As your chair has mentioned before, as the Honorable Kembo also mentioned, lived experience is not a story, it is an expertise. expertise that is usually overlooked, but that is also equal to technical, academic, and professional expertise. It is high time we consider crediting, acknowledging, and paying for the survivors' intellectual and experimental contributions. Being a survivor is not a weakness. It is a knowledge. It is not a burden. It is a transformation. I can give you many different examples, but today I want to share with you one of the clearest examples that came through when I was chosen to be a fellow for the Women of the South Speak Out Fellowship with just £2,000 in flexible funding. I worked with 2 survivors from Zimbabwe and another traditional leader from Mashonaland East Zimbabwe to develop the Traditional Leaders Guide on Ending Child Marriage and Gender-Based Violence. This guide is a practical tool. It is culturally relevant and it is community-owned. It proved something that I want to share today. When survivors are trusted with resources, not just a ticket to a plane, to a conference, but actual leadership budgets, we deliver innovation. We deliver with accountability and solutions that last. This is why shifting power and resources is essential. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, survivors should not only be invited to tell our stories for fundraising, for programs we will never be involved in implementing. We should be trusted to set the priorities. We should be trusted to define success and lead interventions. And we call for funders to bring funding that is long-term, that is flexible, and an investment to survivor futures. We are not seated here in front of you today for you to feel the sympathy for us, but to be able to change and lead in a different way. So I will add to say, we have seen how governments are able to respond when they see survivors leading projects. I have led a project that was with Rosario Memorial Trust for Zimbabwe to contribute to the AU Convention on Ending Violence against Women and Girls. And I would like to say the moment that I stepped into the ministry's office, something shifted. They met me not as someone to be consulted, but a survivor leader guiding a project that affects national process. Something shifted. Policymakers will see the urgency. They will understand the realities, and they supported the national consultations just being led by a survivor. But meaningful survivor leadership also demands ethical, dignified storytelling. For too long, survivor stories have been extracted for advocacy and fundraising. True partnership means survivors must control if, when, and how their stories will be used. Consent must be informed, rights-based, and reversible. I actually acknowledge, and I'm really proud of Susan with the way how she shared her own story. Our stories are not currency. They are part of who we are. We have full agency over how we share them. As a survivor, I believe that meaningful partnership also requires institutions to build internal capacity, where all people, including staff, must be trained in trauma-informed practice, because it is essential that survivors engage only when there is clear, transparent footprint for rapid, I can say, response and support. We deserve safe, structured spaces and honor our expertise and uphold our dignity and ensure our voices are not harmed in the process of being heard. Beyond that, we must co-create systems of accountabilities. Survivors must help track institutional commitments, shape monitoring frameworks, and strengthen mechanisms for feedback, redress, and also whistleblowing. And also, another one, safe complaints. Accountability is not a punishment, my fellow African citizens. It is a foundation of trust and partnership. And finally, Chair, we must honor the leadership already happening at the grassroots. Across continents, survivors are leading safe houses. We are leading peer support networks. We are using economic empowerment and community mobilization. Institutions should be there to partner with us and invest and elevate this work. I'll remind you again. My name is Loveness Mudzuru. I stand on behalf of all survivors of violence against children. We, the survivor leaders, are saying we cannot pour from empty jars. We need your support. Right now, my son is just getting his final primary education. But what of the other mothers and survivors who are not able to take their children to secondary education? We need your support to be able to provide even childcare and education assistance for our children. We need opportunities to enroll in academic institutions so that we can strengthen our expertise, deepen our impact, and continue leading this work with dignity. My journey as a survivor to a litigator to a researcher and many other titles that I can give myself. We need your collaboration. Collaboration that shifts power, collaboration that shares resources, collaboration that recognizes expertise, and collaboration that places survivors not behind institutions, not in front of institutions, but besides institutions as equal partners. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Ms. Loveness, for that intervention. It is very powerful indeed. You could see that she owned the process for some time, for some minutes that she had a microphone, speaking about the fact that lived experiences, they empower the survivors. So what they want is beyond listening to their stories, you know, eliciting sympathy and ending at that level. But the experience they had already built their capacity, had built their strength and their resilience. So on our own part, what can we do as states and regional actors to build on the people they have become? They are already so strong, they are survivors. So what can we do to benefit them and build initiatives and strengthen them even further? She talks about the shifting of powers and resources to survivors beyond sympathy, you know, on the basis of their experience. In the summary, she calls for institutionalized partnership, you know, not on ad hoc basis, not on altruistic basis, but from a rights-based approach. She wants an institutionalized kind of support and collaboration. Thank you so much. That was very stimulating. Thank you. And so finally, we are going to call on our last panelist, Ms. Sally Nkube, who is the regional representative for South Africa of Equality Now. Now, Sally is going to reflect on recent trends in addressing harmful practices and violence against children, and specifically, what are the biggest gaps between law and lived experience for girls facing FGM and child marriage, and what actions should be taken to address this? You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Madam Chairperson, Honorable Committee members, distinguished delegates, we are grateful that the Africa Committee of Experts on the Rights and Welfare of the Child have dedicated this space and time to the urgent issue of harmful practices as we commemorate and power up, renew, reflect, and recommit, and get also the re-energization towards, the 35th anniversary of the African Charter, and chart the path forward in terms of the future we are co-creating. Honorable Chair, harmful practices, specifically female genital mutilation and child marriage, they continue to violate the millions of children's rights across the continent and undermining children's health, development, dignity, and rights. While legal frameworks have moved, we still see that they are evolving drivers of the harmful practices, and their overlapping crises, including conflict, displacement, climate change, and resistance to gender equality, which is consistently weakening the protective systems that we had built 35 years ago. So I would say rights of children are under threats. We are also in fragility of some of the gains that we had managed to gain. So while progress has been made, we must also urgently address the persistent gaps that do exist between the legal commitments, the obligations, the decisions to the lived realities of girls. Some of the gaps that do exist is that We have laws, but the enforcement is weak. The duty bearers at various levels, from ground as in the community level to the national, regional, and international level, have partial understanding of the legal provisions that are there, and how they interpret sometimes is not consistent. There are also loopholes and inconsistencies where we are even having some legal frameworks that still allow marriage below 18 with parental or judicial consent, through exclusion also of customary and religious laws. We also have legal frameworks that have got gaps in terms of oversight, accountability, as they relate to the regulation framework around the religious or different faiths, as well as customary laws. The absence of comprehensive laws on prevention and support of children in marriage is also some of the existing gaps, where girls are not aware of pathways for them to escape, pathways or opportunities for them to access support for their offsprings, or in the events that there is their inheritance, maintenance, child custody, and property rights. There's also low prosecution rates, where we are experiencing the reluctance of the police to intervene on what they call family matters. The frontline officials also lack training sometimes, so we have missed opportunities. This results in families, communities continuing with harmful practices without fear of any legal consequences. On enforcement of female genital mutilation legal laws for those that are in place, we even have 4 out of 27 African countries where there is actually national level data. So some of the gaps is that for the law to work, for the resources to be adequately allocated, for the different structures to be supported, or the parliamentary oversight to actually measure and see if we are making progress, we can then see that we only have 27 countries on the continent where we have national data. And of the 4 countries with national data, they actually lack specific national legislation that actually bans FGM. And where laws exist, we also see countries, only a handful, like Kenya, Uganda, Guinea-Bissau, explicitly criminalizing cross-border FGM. So most concerningly, we can see that sometimes some of the laws are prosecuting the survivors. So weak enforcement, the resource constraints are standing in the way, where what is in the law and the reality, there is contrary. So the law sometimes feels distant or irrelevant in some spaces, where survivors, comparing the pressure, the stigma they experience, sometimes cannot confidently use the law because of the pathway to access to justice and the institutions and the cost element that accompanies it. Also, girls have limited knowledge and access to information and services, so they actually don't know that they have rights, and that female genital mutilation is illegal, and child marriage is illegal, and that is actually a violation of rights. The economic vulnerabilities perpetuates harmful practices, and the cross-border mobility undermine even national laws, because the laws are not crossing borders, the practices is crossing the borders. So some of the actions for consideration really to bridge the gap is ensuring comprehensive legal reform and harmonization. It's empowering girls as agents of change to drive their own advocacy and to inform, and for us to test our systems administratively, the legal framework, and the follow-on support mechanisms in a lifelong manner, because survivors of child marriage and survivors of FGM are not projects who have a timeline of survival. We also need to institutionalize survivor and child-led advocacy platforms, so that in parliamentary processes, in local governance processes, in service provision, they are at the decision-making table to inform, to also provide oversight, accountability, monitoring, and tell their story and give feedback to what is not working so that we can refine. There are also issues around collaboration or coordination mechanisms, where we are seeing that there is compartmentalization of survivors of FGM and child marriage, where they move from one service provider to the other. So there are gaps around a wholesome approach, where services are not too distant on different mandate holders, which delays access to justice, which delays access to services. So we need to scale up and strengthen coordination mechanisms in country. Strengthening enforcement and accountability, the duty bearers with the mandate on various Africa's legal frameworks also need to be strengthened, their capacity, be equipped with adequate technical support and tools of trade for them to do their work and reach every child, because every child matters. Parliamentary oversight also is a priority in sustaining political will and resources. Most importantly, it's investing in community engagement and social norms change so that we have community-driven and community-owned legal awareness, applying legal framework, and also bylaws being in compliance with the provisions of the Charter. The protection of survivor is a strengthening priority, addressing economic drivers, and mostly, Honorable Chair, the strengthening of cross-border and diaspora coordination. Data-driven interventions remain a gap, and I think some of the actions can be around strengthening the accountability mechanisms using evidence. So we need to improve the birth and marriage registration systems. We need to collect data. We need to establish safe reporting mechanisms and accountabilities at national level. In conclusion, Africa has established a strong normative framework through the Charter, joint general comments. What needs now is for us to have ownership, renewed focus to implement and to foster accountability, even at individual level, and own that we have a role to play. By addressing persistent challenges and placing girls and communities at the center of actions, member states can accelerate progress. So the standards are clear, the framework is clear. I hope, Honorable Chair, through you, lastly, we leave Maseru committed to ensure that the law is not just a promise, but a shield that is living every day and making a difference in all children of Africa. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Sali, for that brief but very potent intervention. You have identified the whole spectrum of gaps that exist in the system: weak implementation of laws, lack of knowledge of laws at the community levels where there is a high burden of violence, and lack of or inadequate national data for measurement of work and further programming. Weak enforcement, the issue of stigma, how much this lies at the community levels is very important. It's such a pity that we didn't have Mr. Cleophas here, who was going to speak, of violence at the community level and their experience at Plan International. Your recommendations are also very comprehensive. You call for legal reform because most of the time, offenses around violence fall within generic criminal laws, and so they become very difficult to prosecute, and an institutionalized advocacy process. And very importantly, you talk about using girls or survivors as agents of change. It's exactly what the children have been calling for, and it just aligns with what Ms. Loveness had also spoken about. And you talk about the coordination in the response system. This is very important. The committee has always canvassed for a holistic, integrated approach to response. The committee has always called on states to establish one-stop centers and minimize a situation where survivors have to record their stories in more than one space. We want an integrated system that responds holistically to children. Thank you so much for that presentation, Sally. And so we have heard all the panelists, and so we have maybe 8 minutes to receive interventions from the floor. Sorry? Yeah, 8 minutes. In 8 minutes, we would have exhausted our time. So you can quickly make your interventions from the floor, beginning from the member states, please. Oh, yes, the committee. Honorable Robert, I didn't. Was your hand up? Oh, okay, so I thought your hands were something. Do we have any interventions, any response or reactions to any of these panelists? Yes, you have the floor, Honorable Abubakri.
Merci, Madame la Modératrice.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. I'd like to pose a question to Madame with regard to the laws with regard to female genital mutilation and early child marriages. What are the actions that have been achieved to stop or to prevent these harmful practices on women, and I can see there are impediments in terms of justice. What are the concrete actions that you have undertaken? And what are the cases that you have, what are the litigations that you have brought up on justices and you have won? Thank you so very much.
Yes, I think that's for equality now. Do we have any other reaction? Yes, Madam Fatima, you have the floor.
Bonjour.
Very good morning, good afternoon. I'm going to be very brief. First and foremost, I would like to commend Madam the chairperson and her bureau, and commending as well the outgoing chairman and his bureau. My intervention will be brief with regard to child marriages. We offered here that the laws should constitute a buckler. I'm going to say to you that this is not always the case. I was a rapporteur, special rapporteur on the issues of child marriages from 2015, 2018. Then, so many African countries have already voted a legislation, a law against child marriages. However, one country had the courage to say that child marriages are prohibited, full stop, because most of the countries are saying that child marriages are prohibited, are prescribed. However, according to some situations, a judge may authorize it, and believe me, this opens the Pandora can on child marriages. We need to pay attention. The laws should be formulated to articulate exactly that child marriages are prohibited. Because with regard to my research activities, I have continued and I tried to know more. The laws that prescribing and prohibiting, but authorizing when a young girl is pregnant, a young girl who has a bad behavior, we need to get her married. And I have noted that the percentage of young girls who are married in these conditions are snowballing, are augmenting, increasing in a country. But you can see the law exists, however it enables child marriages. Once we open a door, some people open it widely and marry young girls. I submit. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Honorable Fatima. We will take the last question from, from the States, from the Gambia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity. My intervention would be in respect of Madam Saleh's presentation. In the gap analysis, I saw you talked about law enforcement, but then I think one aspect that we need to raise on, especially the CSOs, is the awareness raising campaign in the community level, especially for them to come and serve witnesses in the prosecution of these cases. Because sometimes you will realize that the police will do the investigations, the prosecutors will do the prosecution, but then it's very difficult to have witnesses from the communities to come and testify in these matters. So what is the CSO doing, or in collaboration with government, to ensure that the awareness raising is reinforced? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that intervention. Because I had already given the floor to her, she will just make a very quick intervention. Go on.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tokozile Kisuchipala from Zambia, and I want to add on sexual abuse. Sexual abuse has been a major issue for many years. It occurs everywhere, be it in schools, workplaces, homes, or simply in communities as a whole. Sexual abuse can affect an adolescent's mental and physical health. A child who had experienced sexual abuse can have depression, anxiety, and trauma, leading to suicidal thoughts, and although she may not give in to those thoughts, she can result into self-harm, drug abuse, or alcohol consumption, which may persist into adulthood. Aside from that, it can also affect her social life. She can also contract STIs such as HIV and AIDS, which not only reduces her lifespan, but also gives her and her family the pressure of having to pay for any medical treatment required. And it is very unfortunate that in most rural areas in Zambia, there is very limited access to medical facilities. Sexual abuse itself not only ruins the mental and physical health of a child, but the life of a child as a whole. Remember, there's nothing for us without us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And so, okay. Thank you for your intervention. I'll give the floor to Madam Sally from Equality Now. I think most of the interventions were addressed to you, so you will just use 2 minutes to respond. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Indeed, I could start another presentation, but I'll make it short. So when we talk about legal wins, our work as the Equality Now is, the starting point is ensuring that the laws are in place. So we play a role where we partner with member states, we support, we provide technical support, where there are countries who do not have laws to ensure that the laws are in place, in compliance, also in promotion of what is provided for by the Charter and other human rights instruments. So we have contributed technical support to legal reforms where we have seen many countries actually reforming their marriage laws and putting 18 as the age of marriage, as a minimum age of marriage without exceptions. Where others, there are laws and there are gaps, we also provide technical support. Where laws are there and it's an implementation issue, we then also support as a technical advice or provide legal explainers so that a multi-sectoral approach to making sure that the law is being implemented is taken into course. We also work with the legal ecosystem of making sure that the laws make a difference, including the justice delivery system. So there have been capacity development of also the legal delivery system space. The model guidelines or the laws is making sure that for laws to work, it has to be known. On litigation, I can't speak for or on behalf of a litigant who is also among us also. So I'll quickly give to Loveness so that she can tell you some of the legal wins that came in. But before I go to Loveness, so that it's just me that I end, I would just say, yes, indeed, when we talk about, so, it's about the research to take stock of what, where are the legal gaps, which countries have laws, which ones do not have, which ones have got gaps. Providing the policy research and recommendations and briefings for different mandate holders. Giving technical support, raising awareness, and ensuring that there is monitoring and feedback and partnership with regional human rights mechanisms and supporting those who do strategic litigation. So for now, I will invite Loveness because she has been part of a litigation that have been successful so that I do not speak on behalf or for the survivors. Over to you, Loveness.
Thank you. The English in me. Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Sally. Yes, thank you. I mentioned the case of Muzuru versus Muzuru and another versus the Ministry of Justice and Parliamentary Affairs in Zimbabwe, which was a constitutional court case that was submitted to the Constitutional Court of Zimbabwe in 2015, and we received a good ruling in 2016 January. We have good wins with that case, as now in Zimbabwe, we now have the Marriages Act that finally criminalizes child marriages. So I can safely say that even this committee has actually stood by survivors and stood by the children of this continent to end child marriages. I have also been involved in another case of Kawenda and Muzuru versus the Ministry of Justice and Parliamentary Affairs to raise the age of consent, of sexual consent for girls or other children to the age of 18. And we are very glad that there is now criminalization of those issues. However, we can then also add that there is need for enforcement of those laws. Right now, as we speak, the Women's Coalition of Zimbabwe is actually petitioning the government for the enforcement of criminalization of child marriages. But I do want to add to say that I'm calling upon governments to ensure that there is enough resources that are sent to even in the deepest communities, in the districts, where even the social service providers and departments will be able to support and protect the survivors and even the witnesses when they are going to court. People are not getting to witness in courts because there is no protection for witnesses, and there is no support or resources that are, I can say limited, because I can say no, that actually supports them, even with transport, even with just lunch whilst they are actually seated outside the court for the whole day. So we see that there is still need for fundraising, or rather putting budgets and making sure that they are decentralized to the communities that they have to serve. Thank you, and over.
Okay, thank you very much, Loveness, for that comeback. It concludes our panel, and we are back to where we started. It's all about legal frameworks that are easy to implement, criminalization of violence, and enforcement of prosecution. The issues of coordination. We also learned about costed national action plans for action. Amplifying survivor voices came out very strong, and it is it's a very big take home. And engaging survivors constructively also came up. The importance of data for effective response and for effective planning. And then strategic partnerships, they remain very important. And then the involvement of children at all the levels in line with child participation. So I think, I believe we have spoken to these issues reasonably. Of course, we did not have enough time, but I think my panelists have spoken to the issues. They deserve a round of applause, please. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la modératrice.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. You also deserve our ovation for having presided over this session with fluidity. There is the last panel, and the proposal of the Secretariat is that we continue with the last panel. There's coffee, which is served outside for those who would like to drink, to take a coffee. You may go and walk back whilst we are calling upon the members of the last panel. Also requesting Madame Vivian Konga to come forward if she's in the... Madam. Thank you very much. I believe that we are going to request the chair of the next panel, through Madam Chair of the committee, to join us. Thank you so very much.
Yes, I can call you. Okay.
I already printed them.
Permettez-moi pour...
Indulge me, given that time is against us. Our chair, our presider, moderator is here, is already here, Madam Margaret. Madam Margaret Evelyn, we call upon Honorable Wilson and Mr. Geoffrey Sampson, Madam Vivian Kanga Kosa, Dr. Nyonyoke, and as well as Nahate, Mr. or Madam Nahate Mokaba. I believe that I've called all the speakers, and then the floor back. I give the floor to Madam, the moderator, 5 minutes per presentation, and we shall see at the end whether we have a little bit of time for us to delve into discussions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I hope you can all be able to hear me. My name is Nankali, and I work for UNICEF, East and Southern Africa Regional Office, as a Child Protection Advisor. I know people have gone out to grab their coffees and teas, but I am going to make a start on the guidance of the chair, just so that we can be able to manage time. So let me start off, first of all, by congratulating the chair, Honorable Sabrina, on behalf of the UNICEF delegation that's attending the meeting this week. We congratulate you for your new position and look forward to working with you during the term of your work. So colleagues, my work is almost very easy to be able to do this afternoon. Why? Because over the past 2-3 days, everybody has been talking about the importance of financing for children. And so this particular session is going to come into financing. And just to remind us all about, the situation, especially in terms of child protection within Africa, I just want to share some very quick statistics of data that we have coming from the continent on relation to child marriage. So we stand today as a continent that has 130 million African girls and women who live today are married before the age of 18. We're also a continent where 79 million girls and women in sub-Saharan Africa have experienced either rape or sexual assault. If you start to look at online protection, that number increases significantly. We are also a continent that has the highest number of children in child labor, with an estimated 87 million children. And finally, more than 79 million girls and women, over 1 in 5, across our continent have experienced rape or sexual assault before turning 18. While I've presented that data as separate pieces of data, we know that many girls and women across our continent are experiencing each of those issues at the same time. So a girl could have dropped out of school, fallen pregnant, has gone into early marriage, prior to that got circumcised. So I'm presenting them as separate issues, but we know in the lives of many girls across the continent that's happening to them at the same time. And what everybody has repeated during the course of this meeting is that we're very fortunate. While we might have poor data in terms of impact on children, and that's very much driven by our demographic situation on the continent. We know that we have high population rates, especially for children and girls specifically. We are fortunate to be in a very policy-rich continent. So many of our countries have laws and policies in place. But I think as the colleague from Equality Now presented, our big challenge is implementation. And implementation comes with financing, with budgeting, etc. And that's something that we're going to explore during this session today. So since a lot of you have already been talking about how important this is, I'm looking forward to seeing eager faces, people nodding from time to time, even though it's late in the afternoon and the room is feeling a little bit warm, but your engagement will be really important for us to be able to deliver on this session. So the purpose of the session is to highlight the urgency of building resilient, domestically financed child protection systems across Africa, to secure agreement to move towards a continental benchmark for child protection. I really want to be able to highlight child protection specifically as the issue that we're talking about here. I know that there are a lot of other child-related issues that cut across the African Charter, but the specific issue that I'm going to be drawing your attention to, and other panel members will as well, is on child protection. This is where we think that we are severely affected, and that where we really have significant issues when it comes to resources and financing. We hope at the end of the session that we would have a shared recognition that child protection financing must shift from donor dependence to stable domestic investment. I think all of us have seen what has happened this year to our continent in terms of the shift away from donor investment, and how we must stand as a proud continent that actually has stable domestic investment-wide benchmark which guides our national planning, our budgeting, and our accountability. This falls very much in line with the theme for Day of the African Child this year, which was focused around planning and budgeting. And so we see this as a part of that theme, a part of that work, a part of that engagement that has been going on the continent. So being conscious of time, dear colleagues, I would like to very quickly introduce the different panel members that we have here, and we're very fortunate to have a very strong group of panel members. First of all, we've got Margaret, who's a part of the UNICEF team, part of the team that I work in Nairobi. She's the regional public finance lead, and she provides guidance to our countries in the region on analytical and advocacy work. We also have, no surprises, Honorable Wilson Amedia Adao. I think we all know who he is, so I don't need to introduce him. And we're really proud and happy to be able to have him on the panel because he has consistently championed this issue of financing and budgeting in the continent, and we're looking forward to continuing to do that work with him in his role as Special Rapporteur. We are also fortunate to have Godfrey Samson Chimwala, Deputy Director of Planning and Research, Ministry of Gender, Community Development, and Social Welfare in Malawi. I used to work in Malawi, and so I'm really fortunate to be able to be sitting next to Mr. Chimwala, who is a seasoned planning, monitoring, and evaluation specialist with experience across government and NGO sector. We also have Mrs. Vivian Kanga Kosa, Director of Social Action, Ministry of Employment and Social Protection from Côte d'Ivoire. Mrs. Kosa is the Director, as I said, of Social Action. She has 19 years of service, and she's widely respected for her work with vulnerable communities. Finally, or not finally, excuse me, we also have Dr. Joanne Nanyuki, who is the Executive Director for African Child Policy Forum. Again, not somebody who comes as a surprise to many of us who work within this area. She is the chair of the African Partnership to End Violence Against Children and the Executive Director of the African Child Policy Forum. And then finally, and really importantly, we have Ntati Makama. Ntati is a 16-year-old Msutu student who has just completed grade 11 at Sefika High School. She is passionate about seeing children meaningfully included in shaping Lesotho's laws and policies. She is by far our best panel member today. No insult to anybody else who's sitting on the panel. All right, dear colleagues, again, just being conscious of time, I'd like to start off by introducing Margaret. She's going to tell us about the current spending patterns and budgeting, specifically for child protection across the continent. As I said, over the past few days, we've had many of you already make lots of reference to this, but Margaret has helped us do a little bit of analysis into this area. And so I'd like to invite her to just give us a quick sense of how is that looking across the continent. When we say we are impacted, what does that mean? Over to you, Margaret.
Thanks, Nankali. Sorry, not sure if this is working. While slides are up, excellent. I guess where I always start off by is telling people that normally when I say I work in public finance, people's eyes kind of glaze over. They think it's going to be very boring or very technical. I really want to reinforce that without talking honestly about financing, nothing will move. So this is a really important conversation. We know child protection is universally recognized as essential, but it's one of the least visible and least financed areas of government responsibility. And one of the big reasons is structural. I'll talk a little bit more about that. The sector is pretty fragmented. It's fiscally invisible. It's poorly integrated into national planning. And so even when risks to children increase and policy commitments deepen, the financing architecture may not adjust. So if I can skip to the next slide. My starting point is just this kind of reminder that planning and budgeting institutions are formally mandated to deliver on national priorities for children. Agenda 2040 is explicit about this. They are indispensable partners in delivering on the rights of children, but in practice, they're often not in the room. So we recently met with ministries from across the continent to discuss progress on the Bogota commitments against child violence. And we asked a very simple question. If your Minister of Finance was in the room today, would he know what commitments you had made at Bogota to ending child violence? And I think 2 or maybe 3 of the colleagues in the room out of a good 40 or so put up their hands. Finance is often not in the room. And that absence shapes everything that comes after that. We know as a result, budgets are small, scattered across multiple ministries, lines are not consistently tagged, and it ends up looking like they're kind of a series of activities that are isolated projects and not elements of a statutory system, right? There's not an identifiable budget line, there's not a common costing standard, there's not a clear minimum package. Finance cannot support what it can't see. So we know that the challenge is becoming even more acute as global aid declines. As Nankali said, we know less than 1% globally of ODA goes to child protection priorities. And as that external financing falls even more, domestic systems will increasingly determine what countries are able to deliver. So if we can go to the next slide, I guess this is my big hit. We wanted to try and understand what exactly is being spent on child protection. It's easier, not easy, but much easier to say on average how much is spent on health, how much in education. But when we started digging into child protection, some of these issues have already come up in other panels. It's really hard to say, right? There aren't a lot of assessments. They use different definitions. Nobody can agree on what counts, what's important, what's not important. And this lack of clarity is in and of itself a barrier, right? So if you can't measure something, you can't protect it. If you can't see something, you can't finance it. So if you look at these numbers that I have on the screen, 2 things jump out. And the most obvious one, and the clearest one that I guess everybody will focus on, will be that funding for child protection is grossly inadequate. It receives only around 0.2% on average of the visible budget for child protection, of the visible budget allocated by governments across the continent. Now, we know that on education, at least in the region where we work in East and Southern Africa, that's around 15%. Social protection and health are 8 to 9%. What's really important to note here is a really key second message, right? It doesn't mean that child protection activity is absent or not happening. It's not a zero-sum game. It's not to say our education has got so much, we must take more from education and give more to child protection. It's to remind us that a lot of the work of protecting children occurs within other sectors, within schools, clinics, community development, interior ministry, local government. And the issue isn't that these sectors are receiving resources and we should take from more for child protection. It's that child protection functions are not always clearly identified, not always costed, not coordinated, so they do not appear as a whole system in the budget, right? So we have two things happening: a real underfunding of child protection, and then we have significant but invisible activity embedded in other sectors, right? So coordination becomes critical. And many countries are doing well on improving this, but there's a long way to go. And this is where something, a visibility tool like a benchmark could help us, right? Currently, child protection has no real structural anchor. All of these benchmarks that I've listed above, you can see there's a continental one made at Abuja for health of trying to spend at least 15% of the budget on education, a global one linked to education of 15 to 20% of the budget. There isn't such a thing for child protection, but I guess what we also want to say is that a benchmark doesn't only have to focus on budget shares. It can also tell us really important things about service delivery standards. So, for example, we know that professionalization of the social sector workforce is critical to good delivery, right? In education, we know that as a planning standard minimum, you must have at least one trained teacher per 40 students. We don't have that in child protection. We don't know how many trained social workers do we need to really deliver for children. And it becomes all the more critical, especially when we're thinking about wage bills being scrutinized as we see fiscal consolidation, rising debt burdens, and so on. So a benchmark would help us to kind of force identification of child protection functions, allow us to track, coordinate, and discuss. I'll go to the next slide. I'll go quickly through this. I guess this is just maybe to discuss some of the issues that came up as we looked across the continent, as we looked at what issues were being raised where there were assessments done of child protection. And what we see is, again, while some countries are making progress, in many cases there are fragmented mandates across multiple ministries, scattered and inconsistent budget lines, no single institution who holds full authority. We see virtually invisible cost structures. Very few countries have defined minimum service packages, a kind of workforce model. If we don't know what the system requires, finance receives lots of isolated activities and not a coherent sector plan. Another challenge that we see is sometimes weak execution. Money can be committed, but then not actually received by the ministry. And of course, we also see a lot of donor-driven fragmentation, a lot of donor-heavy projects that are kind of externally supported. We don't see strong investment in the systems architecture and in the kind of building of this professional workforce that can sustain that. So for me, 4 key takeaways. Next slide. 4 key things we want to look at addressing. We want to make sure that child protection budgets are more visible, that they are more credible, that they are not super small and volatile, that there is evidence underpinning them, and that they are costed, and that there is better coordination across ministries. So currently, fragmentation means that child protection does not appear as kind of a unified sequenced proposal within a budget cycle. And then I guess finally, to come back to kind of where we started off, if I can go to the next slide, how would a benchmark help with those kind of achieving those 4 things? Benchmark does a couple of things. It forces visibility, right? When you have a benchmark that you're reporting against, it requires that planning and finance are identifying, classifying, tracking what's happening with child protection spending, and that alone leads to a totally different conversation. It anchors planning and costing, right? It can give a reference point for medium-term expenditure framework submissions. How many more social workers do we need to train and get on the books? What national strategies do we need to find? How do we cost plans? So we kind of create a shared language around what the system requires. We know that benchmarks can strengthen accountability and provide political traction. It doesn't have to be 100% compliance, but we do know that at least now people are thinking about it and they have a basic reference point. Benchmark can improve coordination. If the benchmark applies to kind of core child protection functions, we need to understand who's doing what and automatically identify overlaps and cost jointly. And finally, there's an element of fiscal realism that automatically comes with a benchmark. We know child protection can't deliver on what it needs to with 0.2% of the budget. It's just not realistic. We often celebrate, we'll have great news from one of our countries that the child protection budget has doubled. And when it comes down to it, what that means is that there's now 10 US cents per child, or 20 US cents spent per child rather than 10 cents. That's not a realistic number to make a big impact. And with a benchmark, we start to be able to understand what would it actually take to make a difference. So, in closing, if we're going to move from commitments to implementation, we need systems visibility, coherent costing, coordinated planning, some kind of clear benchmark and guidance that makes the financial visibility of the sector impossible to ignore. Thanks.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Margaret. My apologies to the chair that took a little bit longer than what she's assigned me per speaker, but it's the anchor presentation for this particular session, and I thought that's important because it sets the scene of where we are and makes proposals of where we need to be able to go to. Let me move on now to Honorable Adao. Honorable Adao, I have a question for you. As we mark the 35th anniversary of the Charter, can you briefly reflect on the progress and challenges related to planning and budgeting for children and share your views on how the committee thinks a continental benchmark could help engaging more effectively and consistently with member states? Over to you, Honorable Adao.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Boa tarde.
Good afternoon.
I will speak.
Good afternoon. I will speak in Portuguese. Yeah. Can you hear me? Can you hear us? Can you copy? We are celebrating the 35th anniversary of the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of the Child. And we are under this theme, planning and budgeting for children. The committee, in the scope of its mandate of monitoring the implementation of the African Charter on the rights and welfare of the child, has a special mechanism, the analysis of the reports of the state parties, which are presented to the committee, and these reports do regularly update us on what are the investments undertaken by the states with regards budgeting, planning for the child sector, whereby we, whenever necessary, which is always the case, we issue recommendations for a better planning, a better budgeting to allow the implementation of the pro-child programs. From our work, we do have a dual sort of an analysis. On one end, we acknowledge that there has been and there is, on the part of many member states, a better approach, a better handling of budgeting and planning for children as of late. We do see that in the national budgets, there is increasingly more attention to what are the needs of child protection in Africa. And we also notice that there is a better allocation for education, health, nutrition, and social protection. We also ought to acknowledge that this investment for children is not only by states, but that is also achieved through solid partnerships with international organizations, civil society organizations, and the African society at large. We also ought to acknowledge the position of this committee, and that the best way to participate and ensure the participation of children in Africa is not only through budgeting, but above all,
we have to strengthen African families. We only protect African children if the member states have public policies that allow the African families to have income to cater for the needs of the African child at home. Therefore, we would like to also indicate that there are still many challenges with regards to budgeting and planning towards the rights of the child. One of the key challenges that we notice is to determine what exactly budgeting for children is all about, because each country has her own interpretation. For instance, when a child builds a school, they will claim that that investment is also included in child sector. When they build a road, they can also say that children do use those roads to go to school. So one of the major difficulties, one of the major challenges is a clear cut in the definition of what budgeting for children is all about. Because if we have an open-ended criterion, anything can be taken as such, maybe. And as a special rapporteur for budgeting and investment for children, what we may need to do is to work together so as to determine clearly what in the state budgeting, what allocation for children should be all about. Because, ladies and gentlemen, otherwise anything can be taken as if it were for that purpose. But when we interact with the states, they can easily sort of tell us that, oh, we look at two main topics, education and health. But then when we deal with the states and we say our premise is up to 20% of the budget for education and health, then they say, well, it will end up benefiting children. They include salaries for teachers, salaries for the health practitioners, sort of all social budgets eventually are taken as if they were catering for children. But at the end of the day, we realize that, are we really budgeting for children? That is the first big challenge that we face. On the other hand, as it has been identified before by the first panel or the previous panel, there are still many loopholes with regards budgeting, which are often, it is the limitation of the fiscal space when it comes to the investment on children, as well as the no allocations, specific allocations for specifically designated child protection items. So for our brainstorming, one of our main challenges should be having a budget for child protection specifically as such, where we can easily have an oversight role to see what member states do spend to improve the condition of children in Africa. We have to understand that we are an Africa or a continent with a multiplicity of ethnic groups, and we have also a multiplicity of needs in terms of socio-economic development. So states which are endowed with considerable wealth. We have GDP of more than $100 million, but there are states which are way below that. Therefore, we have that dichotomy, different rhythms in the development of the African states. Therefore, the levels of demands when it comes to budgeting towards the child, and that has to be adequate according, that it has been concomitant with the state of the particular country. Those who have least resources they have to be demanded to contribute the minimum possible they can. We have to be capable of having a consensus, a social consensus in our continent. It is worthless for us to dream that we will be able to achieve whatever we want when it comes to the rights of the child, when we know that a good number of member states in Africa have very serious difficulties in even handling the basic public budgets due to the multidimensional poverty that most of the countries face in our continent. So this is the dichotomy between our dreams and reality that should form the basis of where we're supposed to work for the purpose we intend to achieve. Associated to that, recently we have gone through a great socio-economic transformation, which has been the impact of COVID-19 in our continent, which has really took us to the other level in terms of dealing with the gaps and differences and difficulties for everybody. And the major victims of the whole pandemics were the African children. One of the clear examples we have in our continent, for instance, is that unfortunately we can see it all over our country. We see the number of street children has increased as a consequence of COVID-19. To wind up, quero por favor concluir. To wind up, we have to, from the challenges presented in this forum, we have to work based on a realistic perspective, taking into consideration that there are problems, they will always be there, but we are all invited to contribute in the best possible manner to ensure that African children have the best possible investment to protect their rights. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ada. I appreciate that. I appreciate you raising the challenges that we have between yourself and Margaret. I think you've really set the scene in terms of what the challenge is and how we can start to look at solutions going forward. Honorable colleagues, therefore, speaking of solutions, I'm very happy to introduce Geoffrey Chimwala, who's going to start to share some of those solutions, because indeed, while we might be challenged as a continent, we're looking for solutions and they're already there. And Malawi is a perfect example where I think we can be able to learn from and be able to take that to scale across the continent. So, Mr. Chimwala, from where you sit in the planning unit, what has been the biggest challenges in getting child protection services to function well at district level? I think on the last panel we had somebody talking, we had a survivor talking about the needs for survivors and at community level, or bringing it as close as possible to the people. And so we'd love to hear, how is Malawi dealing with this, and what recent improvements have given you the confidence that things can start to shift when the right support is available? Over to you.
Thank you so very much, moderator. All protocols observed. Indeed, we are excited as Malawi government to be part of this particular panel discussion to discuss this important subject matter. I think to begin with, I would like to indicate that the major challenge that we've been having as a country, which probably is also the case in other countries, is that most of child-related interventions are actually implemented with support from development partners or donors. I think our governments have not done enough to actually provide adequate resources for us to be able to implement those particular interventions. And that is a very big challenge. So in our case, for instance, if you look at the issue of resource provision, that goes towards child protection. In our case, we've done an analysis, and then we've been presenting to Treasury to say that, look, if you look at the national budget, for example, the 2025-2026 financial year budget, we were presenting a case to say that only 0.01% of the national budget is going towards child protection. But you see, when we were presenting that particular case, they gave us a question which we couldn't actually provide a response on. The question was, so if you're talking about 0.01% being little, so what is the realistic? What is the, how much do you need? And what is the appropriate allocation that you want us to provide? Unfortunately, we couldn't because we don't have that particular benchmark. So I like the point that was raised earlier on. I think it is important for us to have that particular benchmark because then we use that particular benchmark to engage Treasury so that they can actually provide adequate resources towards this particular initiative. The other aspect, of course, that is related to the same. I think if you look at the providers of child protection services in our country, mostly it's being provided by volunteers. So, for example, in our case, we have a total of about 856 child protection workers that are supporting this particular initiative. But if you ask me, how many of them are on government payroll? Okay, so it's just about 500 plus. So over 300 are not on government payroll, so they are working as volunteers. If you ask me in terms of how many caregivers are supporting the government, in excess of 60,000. How many of them are on government payroll? 2,000 caregivers are on government payroll. Okay. Now, if you submit that to Treasury again, they will tell you to say what's the ratio? What's the standard ratio of a caregiver to children? Because as of now, for example, those that are trained, we are looking at one caregiver taking care of 320,000 children. So we present that as a case, but still they would say, where are you getting that from? What's the benchmark? So again, I think it boils down to the need for us to ensure that we have that particular benchmark. The other aspect that probably also we've been grappling with is the issue of poor or limited coordination among the sector players within the child protection sector. And I think we're excited to share that that to some extent has been addressed because the government has established the National Children's Commission, which has been mandated to now do the coordination and resource mobilization on child protection related interventions. Again, maybe the other aspect that we've also done to ensure that maybe something is actually done by Treasury is to ensure that the establishment warrants for the local councils. Because you see, we have devolved all the functions, child protection related interventions, they have been devolved. We developed a devolution plan, so that has been done. But you see, in terms of implementation, we need people on the ground. Now, if you look at the establishment warrants for the local councils, you'll find that in terms of numbers, they are on the lower side. Even in terms of the headship of the child protection sector at local council level, it was being headed by a junior officer. Now, you appreciate that, you're looking at somebody who is at a lower grade, now trying to lobby or engage with directors to convince them to say when they're prioritizing in terms of which positions should be filled, it is actually a problem for a junior officer to convince the director to say, I think these are the positions that we should prioritize. So for us, I think what we've done as ministry is that we've engaged the local councils. We've done the review of the establishment warrants such that as we speak now, the headship, we have created our own directorates at local council level, social and community affairs, and it's being headed by a director. And I think what we've done, again, is that we ensure that most of the positions that were initially not provided for on the establishment warrants, those ones have been provided on the establishment warrants. So the thinking then is that we have that particular case to say, look, out of these particular positions, only one is filled, and that we think maybe Treasury can actually take that into account as they determine resource provisions. Maybe for the time being, I would want to stop at that note. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chimwala. Really good to be able to hear the experience of Malawi and look at how they have started to look at solutions, particularly at district level, where most of us are saying is where we face the biggest challenges, and linked to that, looking at those social workers, looking at the workforce, and how we can be able to address those challenges. I'd like to move now to Côte d'Ivoire. So for those of you like me who need to put on your, this is the time. Mrs. Kosa, thank you so much for traveling to be able to join us here today. My question to you is, what tools would help your ministry make its requests to the Ministry of Financing more predictable and credible?
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an indelible honor for me to partake to this high-level meeting to represent the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. Indulge me to remind you that Cote d'Ivoire has made inroads in the protection of children, namely the adoption of national policies for the protection of a child, progressive standards, and the implementation of a multi-sectoral committee testifies of our collective willingness to entrench a coherent and solid framework. Nonetheless, in spite of this institutional progress, fundings are limited, which equals 1% in Cote d'Ivoire. The budget and political willingness so as to enhance the protection of the children are insufficient. Therefore, we are to ponder together on the conditions susceptible of convincing the Ministry of Finance that the protection of a child is not a haphazardous or occurrence, but a strategic investment for the future of the country. The protection of a child and the social protection should be presented as complementary phases of a project. The social protection linked to poverty, whereas the protection of a child fights against abuses, negligence, and exploitation. Therefore, they constitute a mainstream system of management of risk which are protecting a future generation and enhances our human capital. To credibilize our request, we therefore have to have concrete tools. I think this is the question that was put to me by Madam the Chair. We need to establish clear standards for the child protection officers, so that to demonstrate that our needs in human resources are plain and comparable. We laid studies for these workers for the support of vulnerable children. In amongst them, key to them are children. We undertook some studies which are going to help to become a buckler and at the Ministry of Finance. These services defining a minimum of services which is a better visibility of unsatisfied needs, using the evidences of gaps, because we have many gaps, and the mainstreaming of the protection of a child in short expenses, so as to inscribe our demands more annually. In sum, we have performance indicators susceptible of demonstrating and detailing all investment with tangible results. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a high time, it is a momentous opportunity so as to protect the child, and this should not be as a budget occurrence, however a developmental pillar, an investment for social stability and economical prosperity of Cote d'Ivoire. I therefore call upon all of us to enhance together a dialogue with the Ministry of Finance to speak on common voices and inscribing the protection of a child at the very core of our budget commitment, because investment in the lives of our children is a lifelong investment. I submit. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Coker. Really good to also be able to hear your views about what tools would be required to be able to put to place. Let me move on now to Dr. Joanne Denyuki. Politics. What political shifts are needed to make child protection financing a priority? And how can civil society better track and hold governments accountable?
Thank you, Nankali, and thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak on this important topic of financing child protection. And I want to start with, on the question of politics, knowing that politics is always very sensitive, and I don't know why I was chosen to speak on that one, but I will do my best. I want to start by acknowledging that there has been progress. But when we speak about child protection, the dominant narratives often emphasize what governments are not doing well. You need me closer to the mic? But the reality is that more African governments today have made progress, have child protection legislation. We are seeing, you can't hear me? Okay. I need my laptop. Is that better? Okay, I'll lean in. We're seeing social protection is expanding and is now in over 30 countries.
She don't
You can't hear me?
You don't hear you.
So it's the mic, it's not me. Is that better? Is that better? Okay. I'll continue. And also we are seeing that community-based child protection systems are being formalized and professionalized. Is it me then? Okay, I hope this will do it. If not, we'll just change seats. Have we got it? Good? So is it me then? We'll just move seats. Apologies. Yes, that's better. I also hear myself. So the gains that we are seeing across the continent are not accidental. And then it must be me. So I will wait until you tell me you're ready. Shall I proceed, interpreters? Oui?
Yes, you can.
We give them a minute. Okay.
For the interpreters, it is great.
Yeah? It's good? I can proceed? Okay, thank you. So the gains and the shifts that we are seeing. Okay.
You can continue.
Okay, let's try again. Shall we? No. Well, I don't know.
I mean, it's perfect in the booths. We don't know what's happening, but here it's very clear.
So I'll keep it short. I'll keep it as soon as I'm given. You can hear? I can proceed? Okay. I can. Ayaleo, I'm looking at you now. Okay. So my first statement is that in terms of political shift, the signs, and I want to talk of political shift as not an on and off, but as something that is progressive. And progressive in the sense that we are seeing already the shift in governments recognizing that child protection, like children's lives, is multifaceted and multidimensional in nature, and therefore protection must also be built along those lines. But what we need to build on the already existing shifts is a political shift that acknowledges the need to coalesce all these different sectors around child protection, from justice, social protection, health, education, and social services. Because elevating child protection to be integrated in this way is one way of then situating it centrally within the national development plans and with relevant indicators for the country's context. And in the case of Africa, for Africa's context. The plan then, at national level, becomes a useful tool to guide the allocation of budgets and mobilizing funds. I see this political shift also as important in having what we are calling the continental framework, because that becomes the tool that creates continental visibility that then gets unpacked at national level for national political visibility, knowing very well that national plans are political tools that drive allocation of resources and government investment. And these national plans, in that sense, with child-sensitive indicators, should be accompanied by inbuilt accountability mechanisms that sit within government, not outside it, and are developed at the beginning and not as an afterthought. At continental level, in terms of political shift, a continental agenda that is sensitive to children is already in place, which I think is a shift that we can celebrate as we are marking 35 years of the Charter. And it places children at the center of political imagination and visualizing Africa's future. There are multiple AU initiatives that feed into child protection. However, as we have heard about them in the discussions in the past few days, whether it is the campaign to end child marriage, whether it is elevating and protecting children in situations of conflict, from climate disasters, even from COVID, etc., these tend to be scattered and splintered. And so political shift that is required here is consolidating these efforts into one element that then can become the anchor for the continental benchmark on financing that we are calling for today. To your second question, Nankali, yes, indeed, as civil society, we can do more to track investments that contribute to child protection. And I want to challenge us as civil society is how do we sharpen our tools? Because we only get out of a process what we put into it. If we have sharp tools, we get sharp outcomes. If we have blunt tools, we measure blunt outcomes. And if we are honest, too many times our tools are narrow. They tend to capture direct child protection allocations, project-led activities, while missing out often significant indirect or structural investments that governments make, whether it is in social workforce, in keeping children safe in school, and even in the criminal and justice reforms, like having children's ombudsperson, having gender desks in police stations which cater to children. And therefore the value here and I want to link very much to the first speaker who talked about a continental benchmark, is that continental benchmark would also define what the standards would be and therefore what becomes included or excluded from such financing. When we fail to capture government investments, we also set a very dangerous political consequence. And here I'm mixing the role of civil society again with the continental shift. We risk, by using blunt tools to measure government investment, we risk discrediting African governments, and we also risk overcrediting donor-funded efforts and initiatives. We risk overrepresenting or misrepresenting government contributions or donor-funded contributions. And therefore, the importance of having a benchmark that then helps us to develop sharp tools that can be used to hold governments account to measure contributions of each and every actor, domestic funds, overseas development contributions is important. We find, unfortunately, that African governments are disadvantaged in that the measurement tools tend to be simple and less sophisticated than those of foreign-funded initiatives. But by collecting data on government efforts and documenting their investments, we can actually be able to measure greater impact as civil society and be able to demonstrate the extent of gains. Linked to this is the importance of having analytical frameworks that capture and reflect African realities. While we must not reinvent the wheel and we must continue to use the global standards which are already established, we must be flexible, adaptable, and agile in adapting these global standards to African realities, while still remaining objective, consistent, and ethical in how we measure and produce data and evidence, including administrative data from local sources that Malawi just referred to in terms of devolved systems of government. Civil society has a role to play there in helping governments to develop the templates, the tools, and to document government's investments and its impact. Lastly, as civil society, with sharper tools and context-sensitive measures, we can be able to interpret government efforts holistically and fairly and capture in a better way the multisectoral nature of child well-being. I want to finish by emphasizing the importance, and this is the second thing that civil society can better do, is building our own capacity to measure and to analyze what is being done so that we can assess child protection from a point of information. To be effective as civil society, we must have the prerequisite knowledge and skills to analyze continental frameworks, national frameworks such as national plans, national data, national budgets, and to even undertake economic analysis, political analysis, legal analysis, so that we are able to make sense of these documents and engage with governments from a point of information. If we understand better how African governments actually make decisions, how laws get made by parliaments, how these laws are then translated into executive programs, and how these are then translated into sectors that benefit children, then we will be able to hold government to account in how it makes its decisions, where it puts its money, and then how then it changes children's lives. Thank you, Nankali.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Joanne. I really appreciate you taking us through the tools that are required, especially for civil society. We know the role that civil society organizations play in terms of accountability, in terms of monitoring, and the importance of having the right tools and the right capacity to do that analysis cannot be further understated than what you say, Joanne. So really, really appreciate your inputs on that. Colleagues, we're going to our last but best panel member. That is Ntati Mkama. Lesotho is known for having very strong children speaking on issues to do with budgeting. And while I sit in Nairobi, we're often watching this online and seeing the different great representations. And so today we want to give you a mirror of that through Ntati. So Ntati, no pressure, but I'm confident that you're going to come through and really show us the thoughts of young people when it comes to planning and budgeting. Ntati, please can you share with us, how can young people help monitor whether services are reaching children who need them or not? Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. A very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Well, before I answer your question, or maybe I should answer it or emphasize it, I think the government should involve children in budgeting. As I speak on behalf of the children of Africa, the national budget affects our education, health, safety, and future. Yet, children are rarely consulted. We ask the government of Lesotho and Africa to create a formal platform where children are included in budgeting every year, so that our real needs are experienced and can guide decisions that affect us. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ntati. I think you have a bit more to say. So I want to push you a little bit more, and with the indulgence of the chair, everybody's talking about this financing benchmark. We need to be able to know exactly how much we're going to spend. What do you think? What would young people want to be able to see? And I thank you for talking about this mechanism for young people so they can monitor budgeting. But is that it? Is there anything else on your mind?
Well, thank you again. To add up, I think the government should create a budget line for children's protection. While I was listening to the panel this afternoon, I had more talking of how there isn't much investment on child protection. So children should be involved in budgeting, like I mentioned. So also the government should create a budget line for child protection. Child protection must be properly funded. We ask the government to finance the resources needed to keep children safe and hire at least one social worker in every school. So according to my understanding, to benchmark is to learn from a nearby country or neighbor. So as I have studied and carried out my research, I have found out that in South Africa, there are social workers at schools. And so I would like the government of Lesotho to also hire at least one social worker in schools so that we can have a more improved way to education. Because as children, we have different backgrounds from where we come from. So I think social workers at school would be a very good impact on us children. Also, the government should provide vehicles for child protection unit police so that responses can be very quick. As I mentioned in the morning that there was establishment of 24-hour operating child helpline. As children, when we call the child helpline, in some cases it may be found that children do not get to be helped at the possible time. So maybe providing vehicles could be time reducing and not to get children more to services and to be helped quickly. And build proper roads and bridges in rural areas because as children, we do not live only in the urban areas. We also, in Lesotho, we have the rural areas, which is Mokgotlo, Nkuti, Ntabatseka, and many more. So maybe the proper infrastructure of roads and bridges in the rural areas could also help. Provide free sanitary towels for girls so that girls should not miss school. And to continue, many children struggle to reach schools when it rains because there are no bridges and in remote villages. It becomes difficult for police and social workers to investigate abuse because there are no proper roads. These challenges put children at risk. Free sanitary pads will help keep every child in school. To conclude, before I conclude, I would like to add more to my point. The government should also make sure that as children of Africa, we get more support and we are more into the government, since we are the leaders of tomorrow. We are going to leave the adults that are ruling now, but we are going to be the leaders of tomorrow. So we've got to have the opportunity to also be into our budgeting. So let me come to my conclusion. We are simply asking to be heard and protected. When children are safe, supported, healthy, and able to reach school, the whole nation becomes stronger. But before I close, my question to the government: will the government commit to put aside a clear and dedicated budget for children? One that protects us, supports us, and ensures that every child grows up safe, healthy, and able to reach their full potential. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ntaji. Clearly, we saved the best for last, and I think people are fully challenged in the room. So through the chair and the secretariat, I don't know if there is time for us to ask questions from the floor, or we should, yeah? Okay. Yeah? Okay. Colleagues, we're now opening up to you in the room. We apologize about the management of time. This is very much linked to the interpreters, that we have to be able to manage the amount of time that they have. But should we cannot? Oh, okay. Okay, apologies. Because of the interpreters, we will not be able to proceed and have any questions. Yeah, to the interpreters, I think I saw the lights going off. I don't know whether that was a sign that business is closed, but to the interpreters, could you give us 5 minutes in case there has to be questions from the floor? Please do signal us or... Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Wow, yes, and we already see. So colleagues, we're managing time. I think this is a really important topic that has come up over and over again over the past few days. And again, we took the opportunity of having this panel to re-emphasize this point. What questions do we have from the floor, or what positive experiences do we have? And I'll kindly ask that those who speak be very precise so we can be able to get as many people within the 10 minutes before we close. Yes, please, Madam Chair. So because of the focus on benchmarking, the chair has guided that we should focus on member states. If member states can please make a start on that, and then we can come to others. But member states, I think there's been lots of challenges. There's a big challenge out there for you. What do you think? We've put a proposal out. To be or not to be? The question? Oh, okay, I'm sorry if I'm not being clear. The big proposal that we're putting forward is that for us to be able to make a difference in terms of financing for child protection, we need to be able to have a continental benchmark. All of us have talked about child labor, child marriage, you name it. The issue is huge, but the financing is not matching the issue that we have at hand. Great policies as well on the continent, but failure to implement, and one of the big issues that we're seeing in terms of failing to implement is the financing. And we're making a proposal that benchmarking might be one of the solutions that we can be able to put forward. And we'd love for member states to be able to respond, share views. I'm sorry, there's a bright light behind. Yeah, if you raise, there's somebody who's raising there, but I can't see because the light is coming at me. So please do stand up, sir, but speak into the mic.
Thank you very much. I'm 100% in support of having a benchmark. Let it be a continental benchmark that all the African countries will leverage on and make it workable for us to be able to have child protection activities carried out within that benchmark in all our countries. And I think that will go in line with the first ministerial global conferences that took place in the Bokuta. They emphasized the issue of benchmark and costing. So I think if we can do it at the regional, the continental level, I think it's good. I support it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Appreciate that. Algeria, please, over to you.
Je vous remercie, Madame.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to congratulate Madame Sabrina Gahar for the chairship of this committee. I would like to take the floor and to respond to the child who is calling upon us to have good practices. I'd like to share our experience in Algeria. I would like to mention that the ONPP, which is the National Organization for the Protection of the Child, this project, there was a project that was elaborated with NESER, which is the National Council of Economic, Social, and Environmental Issues, that was integrated in the National Action Plan for 2025-2030. If I'm speaking about this action plan, the objective was to contribute in order to have a better coverage of children And this took into account ministries, international institutions, and civil society, and of course children, because we believe in the principle of participation of children in terms of our planning and our actions. And this was done in partnership, the UNICEF program for children in Algeria. And this will also be submitted to other authorities for approval, and this has brought together all the services so that we have a quality program, because you know our country offers health and education services that are free for all children, and so we need to reinforce these services in order to better take care of these children. And here our organization has worked with the public and the private sector in several projects. I will mention the last one with IFRI society, IFRI organization, and this is an economic support to economic support indeed to help FRM for children who are victims of violence and orphans. And IFRE is a company that manufactures beverages. And given that on the 20th of November, at the National Day of Children, we had the collaboration and the work with the Metro Alger company. And here we also had a distribution of various equipments within our trains as tools of signaling for security, of course. And we also had the distribution of flyers. And I would also mention yes, these trains were covered with the day of the 20th November. It's very important. We are touching 20,000 passengers per day. It's so important. And here there is the unit of national surveillance for the protection of children in order to fight against, the exploitation of children online. And this is an extremely important approach to support our children and protect them. Thank you.
Services, in case the chairperson and secretariat want to be able to say any final words. But for myself, I want to really thank all the different panel members that we've had. To the chair, well, I submit to you that as we celebrate 35 years anniversary, I think we've made significant progress in terms of recognizing the importance of child rights, bringing children's voices to the fore, having policies and plans in place. But repeatedly, member state after member state, civil society, children have all raised the challenge of financing. We're failing to move forward as a continent because of the issue of financing and putting resources where our mouth is at. So we've made commitments, but it's that final jump. And so I would like to respectfully challenge you as you come on board that when we start to move into this next 35 years, as we head towards 2040 or 2063, how do we then move that to the next level? What are those different things that we're going to be able to have? Lots of research, lots of understanding the situation, but we're failing to realize rights of children because of financing, because of budgeting. We know that we're going to be a continent where even more children are going to be born within. So the problem and the challenge is getting bigger as we go forward. But for those who are here, what can we do? What can we change during the time of you being chair for us? How can we partner with you to be able to support, to deliver on this issue of benchmarking? I thank you very much, Chair, and I thank the Secretariat especially for allowing us to be able to have this session and looking forward to joining and partnering with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Moderator Nankali. Thank you to all the speakers here with us for this session. I think we finished our day first day of celebration of the 35th anniversary of the Charter with this very, very important issue concerning the budget, concerning the budgetization, concerning the theme also of the year for this 2025. So, as all the speakers bring today, before this year, the budget was as a secondary issue. It wasn't raised in the first link. But now we know that if we talk about politics, if we talk about strategies, if we talk about action plan, plan development, or strategic plan, it's also talking about budget and budget programs specifically. So now let us discuss about that. Let us share our views or the experiences of different member states on that, and take also and bring the good practices from different member states. Thank you for this panel. Thank you for sharing your views, sharing your experiences. Thanks, big thanks to Ntali Makama, and I would like to give you the floor for closing this session, if you want, of course. You want to be a leader, to be included, and to have power. I give you this power to close the session. Someone can translate to her? Yes, you have the floor.
Well, afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the opportunity on behalf of African children for being able to sit on this panel and actually share our voices as African children on what we wish our government and our African committee to see some of the issues that affect us as children. As we are closing this meeting today, I just wish that and commend that the African Committee can really hear us and make an effort on our voices. Thank you very much.
Wow. Peut-être le secrétariat a aussi quelque chose à dire, the final remarks of the secretariat. Yes.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson and the moderator. And I think that she also deserves our applause for having managed the time so well. And the information that the Secretariat wanted to bring to your attention is that we have a parallel event, this event that was supposed to begin at 5 on education of young girls, education protection, but also the protection against early marriages. This will be done in the Kutsiana room next to us, I believe, and you are all invited to this parallel event that is organized by Equality Now in collaboration with the Center for Reproductive Health. For tomorrow morning, we will start our work at 9, and of course, you are all invited, and we will have panelists in order to really dig deeper on what we have done in the past 35 years of the adoption of the Charter and reflect on the future. There will be a panel on the, in fact, parliamentary rules. We'll have, parliamentaries and representatives of children who will be there to discuss on the matter. And of course, there is another panel on children who are affected with mental deficiencies, and we need to talk on policies, on pertinent policies, and we will also have a panel on towns that are suitable for children and what will be the role of municipalities. And children will also be there to tell us what kind of towns do they want, what kind of cities do they want for their development. And we'll also have an intergenerational dialogue on the theme of shaping the future and reaffirming our commitment to protect the child of a child in Africa that is really in full mutation. And you can see that the program is really interesting. And we ask you to come on time, 9 o'clock, so that we can, finish on time. Thank you very much. We'll be in the same room tomorrow. And we hope that it will have a better weather, and because it's very hot today. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson.